That moment on Trix is so awkward to fight.
Yep.
You already know.
Bro,
What did you say?
what the fuck?
Testing.
Yeah.
I don't understand. What are you guys talking about?
I don't understand what you're saying.
You know?
You been it.
Maybe you can get the work with them. These Trixzbots already went live, so yeah.
Wait, what?
Gotta watch it in there. I just seen Trixzbot go live.
By the way, why do you have Trixzbot going live? What's the...
Testing purposes.
Jim, it's messed up. I'm hearing your TV louder than PKing. What the fuck?
All right, are you guys ready? We're about to start here in just a few seconds. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like right now the timer is over and it is time to switch scenes and let's get started with the game. Now today we're going to play a game called Bannerlord or Mountain Blade 2 Bannerlord. This was a really huge requested game from a lot of you guys here in the community here, guys, which is really nice. I mean, this is a game I've really been wanting to try. I made the jump, said, hey, let's do it. You know, the game is available on Steam if you like. Definitely check it out. I don't know much about it, so today that's what we're here. We're here to do a little bit of the campaign. Let's get ourselves familiar with the gameplay here just a little bit, and that way we can get started with that. All right, guys, so without further ado, let's go ahead and click on this campaign and see what we're getting into. Hype! Right? Solid! Thank you, bro. Appreciate it, man. How are you guys? What's up, Eridar? What's up, Jim? Oh gosh, guys, here we go. It's showtime. What do we got here? We got culture, characters, culture. So we get to choose our beloved culture here. We just got to figure out
Which one we want?
Well, we'll definitely get it, guys. Don't worry about it. We'll definitely figure it out. So we got Valandians or Valandians. We got Sturgians. We got Empire. We got Sorry. Kusites. Canians. I can make out. Some of them I can't. I'm terrible. I'm bad with this stuff, guys. Names, even the same thing with like names. I can't say names. You know, you're welcome, Solid. No problem, bro. No problem, man. It doesn't. I don't. Oh, whoa. We actually get a little description of what these cultures actually do for your characters. So this one gives us 20% more upgrade XP to troops from battle, which is really good. And then we got this one that gives 20% less speed penalty from snow. Looks like we're going to have weather in this game, guys. That's interesting. 20% construction speed bonus to town projects, wall repairs, and siege engines, guys. That's what these guys are going to get. So these guys are going to get caravans that are 30% cheaper to build and 10% less trade penalty. All right. 10% extra speed bonus for horsemen on campaign map. Interesting. Want a faster horse. Good. Forest gives 10% less speed penalty to parties. All right. So I haven't really played the game to really figure out what I want to go about with, guys. The only way we're going to really know how to go about with this is actually from experience. So we're going to try to see which one here. Construction speed sounds pretty good about the towns and stuff. Cheaper building is good too. I don't know about faster horses and rainforest so much. It can be at a more strategic level. But this one gives you 20% more upgrade XP towards troops from battle. So, you know, I guess, it depends if I want to go XP or do I want speed penalty reduce or construction speed or cheaper building. You know what? With this being said, guys, if this only gives you like speed bonus towards projects, so not like troops or just for giggles, I think I'm gonna go with the first one, guys. I think we're just gonna go ahead and go with the first one. Okay, so we got our little character here. Look, you can rotate your character. Whoa, I'm rotating so fast. Slow down. Okay. All right. Let's get our character customizations here. Now, of course, you guys already know we gotta show the lady some love. We're gonna pick a female character, guys. That's just typically what I do when I play games like these. Okay. Let's go ahead and get her some clothes. Oh, does she talk? I don't hear her.
Next to each other!
Oh wow, you sound evil.
Attack! Soldiers! Close in! Close with them! Have at 'em! Make a shield wall! Get back! Stand firm! Engage! We won!
Yeah, wow, that base, priceless, guys. Completely priceless about that. Okay. So let's see what else we want to do here. Oh, we could change it.
On them! Now! Circle facing outward!
All right, do we want to go midget or do we want to go height? I think we'll just keep it in the middle for now, guys. All right, let's go next. Okay, so right now we got to choose our family, right? Family. What do we want with family? Because I really don't know right now. I think with family, we're gonna do. Oh my gosh, we have a bunch. So what? Wait. Oh, we got to choose them over here. You were born into a family of barons, retainers, urban merchants, yeomen, urban blacksmith, hunters, and mercenaries. All right, so I got 10 skill level and 1 focus point towards roguery and crossbow. Okay. 10 skill level to 1 focus point towards a crossbow. Okay. I don't know. I really don't know about any of these. It just depends, I guess, on what I'm playing as. 10 skill. Okay, I say let's just do hunter. Just for now, guys. Okay, choose your early childhood. Oh, cool. Cool. We get to pick our early childhood right now. All right. Well, with that being said, we're going to do as a child, you were noted for your leadership skills, your brawn, your attention to detail, your aptitude for number, your way with people, your skill with horses. All right, we get 10 skill level, 1 focus point for riding and medicine. Get more endurance with 1 on that. Focus, charm, and leadership. Focus into engineering and trade. Oh, wow, this is going to be interesting, guys. Let's do the first one. Okay. Like all village children, you helped out in the fields. You also herded the sheep. That gives us 10 skill for athletics and throwing. 1 attribute for a point of to control. Worked in the village smithy. Look at us. All right, that gives us 1 focus point to two-handed and smithing. Now, I had to remember which one was our first one, guys, right? We did hunter, and then we... Okay, so I want to make sure we're kind of focusing on what we're building here. Medicine and scouting. Oh, and tactics. I think we're going to stick with that since I did kind of pick... what says hunted small? Oh, and tactics, 1 to point to control. Let's go for it. Okay, youth. In war-torn Alradia, especially in the frontier of or tribal areas, some women as well as men learn to fight from an early age. You stood guard with the garrisons. Okay, that gives us crossbow and engineering and some intelligence. We rode with the scouts. That would give us riding it and bow with some endurance. Trained with the infantry, which would give us point to pole arm and one-handed. Interesting. Joined the skirmishers, which will give us throwing and bow. I don't know. The only Mountain Blade I played was Warband, guys. So to play this one, I don't know how this game is going about with it or how throwing is going to be. It might be very useful. I don't know. Again, we'll have to learn as we go. That's the purpose of the campaign right now. Wow, she looks very excited. Right? Very excited there, guys. March with the camp followers. Right, it looks like the default one, right? Points to the roguery and throwing. I think we're gonna go ahead and do this one, guys. Okay, so we have young adulthood. All right, we're growing up here. Before you set out for a life of adventure, your biggest achievement was you defeated an enemy in battle. That gives us focus point on one-handed and two-handed, which is 1 plus valor and 20 renown. You saved your village from a flood. Interesting. Yeah. All right. Wait, what? That looks like the default one. I didn't customize my character. It's all good. Or I could go back, right? If I go back, does it remember what I chose? Oh yeah, it does. It does remember what I chose. Oh, I see my stats over there. Ooh. Yeah, you're right. I did not do anything with skin tone. Okay, so we don't have much options then. Oh, never mind. I think we see it now. Okay. All right, guys, here we go. By the way, how's the stream running, guys? Is it running pretty good for you guys? Is there any lag? Is there any issue or complications with anything like that, guys? I really hope that there's not. I hope it's running pretty good. Yeah, that was by far the most epic fail I think I've done in a long time. So face width, get a wide face, skinny face, keep it like right around there. Face depth, yes. Let's get it like right there. Center height, keep it right there. Face ratio, yeah, we'll keep it right there. Face weight, or face to weight like right there. Cheekbone height right there. Cheekbone width, yeah, in a little bit depth, yep. And face sharpness, okay. We'll keep it right there. Temple. Not really see our temple too well, guys. Wow, look at the arrows, guys. They're moving. Wow, look at her hair. I think she got some like dandruff in there, guys. I think I can see it. Can you guys see the dandruff? I think I see some dandruff in there a little bit. Okay. Anyway, zoom out a little bit here, guys. Wow, look at her eyeballs, guys. You can actually see like the red parts of her eyes. Like that's impressive. Okay. Eye socket size. Whoa. What the heck? Okay. Our ear shape. We're not gonna really be able to see ears because of the hair. How do I change my hairstyle? Oh, hair's at the end. I kind of feel like I should do hair first. I think we're gonna do that. Let's do hair. Let's change our hairstyle first. Okay. Let's zoom out a bit. Definitely got all right. Okay. That's cool. Kind of gives you like that angel princess look. I like this one too. Wow, look. This one's pretty nice. Just a quick tie bow. I'm gonna do this one, guys. So hair color we could change. Can we go full white? We kind of could. Go dark. We're gonna go ahead and try to keep it like a lighter color with that one, guys. All right, let's get back to this part with the eyes. So the eyes we're gonna customize. Her eyes look a little crazy right now, guys. We need to fix her up real quick. We're gonna eyebrows. I think she's winking. Keep it like right there. Right there. And then eye position. Yeah, we need to fix her eyes. Look at her. Oh my gosh, what is wrong with your eyeballs? Gosh. Wow. What big eyes you have. Holy mackerel. Okay, so that's gonna be good. I think we need to fix that because that's like. Huh. The better to see you with. Right, right. The stream is running smooth. Sweet. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate the feedback on that. Just making sure. So right now, GPU utilization, it looks like I'm at 60%. CPU is at 25, 30. I just want to make sure, but we're not really in the game yet, so I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out here soon, guys. Outer eye weight. Yeah. Let's bump that up just a bit. Give it a little exotic look here going on, guys. All right, let's get some evil on her. We can make her look like an elf or something, maybe. Right. There we go. There we go. Eye color, my favorite. I want red. No red? No red eyes, guys. Not cool. Get like a brown, green. Blue eyes, I guess. I use the nope. Can't use the arrows, guys. I go with blue eyes, right? I can't get red eyes. Why? There we go. We'll go with that one. Yeah, let's go with blue eyes, guys. Why not? Okay, so now we have nose. Her nose we need to fix up here. Here's the angle. Gotta make it not look too crazy, right? Oh, she'll have a big nose like me, guys. Look how big my nose is. That's the Italian in me, you know? I have the big nose like me right now, guys, but we're gonna go ahead and smallen it up. A nostril. Wow, yeah, flare it up. There you go. All right, nostril size. Is that what I did? Oh, yeah, I could change it. Okay. Like right there, nose bump. Oh, interesting. Nose definition. Shape there, and like move which direction we want. Good enough. Okay, so now we need to get on to the mouth. Now that we're at the mouthpiece, we're gonna do the mouth width. Want small lips or big lips? Big lips, I think, are better, guys. Mouth position, we're gonna down just a notch. Lip thickness, yes, bigger lips the better. Not really. We're gonna bump it like right there. And then mouth forward. How far do we want her mouth to stick out of her face, guys? Maybe like right there. Okay, so then we're gonna want to do top lid. Here's the jawline thing. We don't want her to have a big jaw here. Jaw height. Okay. Chin forward. If we give her a butt chin, yeah, let's lower that down, and then there you go, guys. What do you guys think? Yeah, it's good. I love character customization in video games, guys. It's so much fun. So much fun, the things you can do sometimes. We'll try to make it look normal, guys. I don't want to make it too outrageous there. Give her a Jay Leno chin. Right. What is this? Change clothing? Oh yeah, we can change clothing. Okay, cool. Markings? Maybe we can get markings? Oh gosh, guys. Wow, we're going to war. Look at this. Uh-huh. Oh wow, it looks like we got quite a bit to fear. We got scars we can do. She could really change her eye there. I don't know. I'm not really feeling most of these, really, to be honest. A lot of these are kind of. Let's do the scar. We'll do like a beast came after me. We could change the. What does this do? I think that's more for like the face paint or whatever, guys. All right, so this part is good. We're gonna go ahead and click next. Okay, so Hunter, that. Okay, so it knows. Good. Okay, so we have control and cunning. We're not really doing too well in the other parts of our character right now, guys. I didn't even see that we had like a character tree there to the left side there. Yeah, the colors are for the face paint. Gotcha. Yeah, I kind of figured. There for the most part. I love that this game's on window borderless, guys. I can literally scroll out of my screen and come back to my screen. Love it. 2020 modern games, awesome. You know, no excuse. Every game company should be doing this. Like many families in Call Radia, your life was upended by war. Right. Your home was ravaged by the passage of army. By the passage of army after army. Wait, what? Your home was ravaged by the passage of army after army. Army after army. Okay, now I get it. All right. Eventually, you sold your property and set off with your father, mother, brother, and your two younger siblings to a new town you heard was safer. But you did not make it. Along the way, the inn at which you were staying was attacked by raiders. Your parents were slain and your two youngest siblings seized. But you and your brother survived because you subdued a raider. We got one focus point to one-handed and two-handed. I feel like I need to really focus on my one-handed, two-handed weapons because that's typically what I did in the other Mountain Blade. But I don't know. You draw them off with arrows. One at the bow and tactics. You rode off in a fast horse. You tricked the raiders. Okay, that's probably going to be like charisma and whatnot, and leadership and charm. But does it show what I get? It does show my extra stats. I need to look at my skill tree here, guys. Hmm. Hey guys, I don't even think sound working. Hold on, guys. Before we get too crazy with everything, let me fix these sound commands real fast. So yeah, they broke again. I gotta really work on this. There we go. That's good right there for the part I want to save for the most. Guys, all right, let's try to get back into the action here. Okay, so in terms of like, right. So this one will give us that, right? See the 1 point we get. That's it. Oh no, we get 2. We get a lot of social. It gives us cunning, endurance, and cunning. I think I'm gonna do this one. Okay, so review. You prepare to set off with your brother on a mission of vengeance and rescue. Here is your character. Click finish if you are ready, or go back to make changes. My name. We're gonna call her. Should I do the IE? We'll do the IE guy. Culture, family, hunters, blah, 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 blah. Next. All right, let's go. Determine the game difficulty. Oh my gosh. Friendly troops receive damage. Reduced to 1/3. Wait. Enable death? Choose if the heroes are able to die. Whoa. Auto allocate clan member perks. Auto allocation of perks for members in your clan. Go with those? Okay. We'll go ahead and do that. For the most part, I think we're all good here, guys. All right, everything looks like default, which is good. Sure, I want my character to die. Is that a good thing? Am I gonna have to build her again? Oh, hold on, guys. What's going on here? What is going on here? Oh, I gotta read. Oh, no narrating. Okay. Sister, it's been 3 days now, and we've been tracking those bastards. I think we're getting close. And the need to think about what happens if we catch them. How are we going to rescue Varric and Elda? Are you up for a fight? Oh, this looks like an old training field for the legions. Perhaps we can spare some time and brush up our skills. The practice could come up and useful, and we can catch up with the raiders. I'm going to run the course. I need to fight, and I cannot fight if I have to. Continue tutorial. Yeah, we're gonna do that, guys. We need the tutorial right now, trust me. Let's go then. Play the combat tutorial. Yes. Alright, what am I doing? What am I doing? Oh, tutorial. Movement. You can move your character. WASD. Okay. Wow, look at that. Okay. Enter training area. Oh, we gotta move. Wow, look at those guys. They're really fighting. Can I go first person mode or anything? Oh, that's leaving. No, I don't want to leave yet. Okay, so we got a crossbow, which is good. Okay. Alright, mounted spear. Or, yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and, am I supposed to grab both? Oh, no, I can only grab one, guys. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and go with this one. Wait a minute. Okay, so duck is Z. Oh! Oh, alright guys, let's mount the horse. Alright, hit, finish the track and hit as many targets as you can. Oh gosh. Oh, just smack it to the thing, guys. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Okay, where's the other targets at? Oh, we can zoom in. Right. Oh, I miss. Hey, what? What's up, Thomas? Oh, no. Successfully finished the track with 85.1 seconds. You receive... Wait, what? You can dismount the horse with Z or F? While looking at the horse. Oh, okay. Choose another weapon and go into the training area. Okay, well, we're gonna go with the spear here, guys. Not much. Okay. That's good, guys. That's good. Alright, so for the most part, guys, I think we're good. So, get back on the horse. Alright, lady. Come, my lady. So with this one, what am I doing with this one? Finish the track and hit as many targets as you can. Oh, well, this would be interesting. Oh, okay, I got it. Oh. Whoa, we're breaking bases here, guys. There we go. We got one up top. Oh! Terrible, guys. Terrible. Let me try third person. There we go. Maybe it's much better in third person. No! Maybe I don't have to hit him. Wrong way. I know it's the wrong way. Oh, gosh! Oh, you said... Oh. Spear has 2 attacks. Up and down.
You will bleed!
Okay. Oh, this will be two-handed. Oh gosh, I missed that. It just says hit as many targets as you can. It doesn't have to be perfect. There we go, guys. There we go. And swing and a miss on that one. Wow. Wow. Oh gosh. Don't hurt yourself now. Here's another weapon. So we got the last one here, guys. This one, it looks like it's going to be a sword. Let's get back on the horse. And let's go. Alright, here we go. Man, I missed that one. Wow. Oh, okay. I kind of get what I got to do here. I see why I screwed up. Oh. This made me too high. Do I have to do that same thing I did before with the, where I make the arrows do it? Yeah, I'm missing. I'm missing bad, guys. Nope. Wow. Wow. What can I do with this? Oh, the horse doesn't jump? I was like, strike 3 and you're out of here. Right, I screwed up, guys. I screwed up, man. All right. It's all good. It's all good. We're figuring it out. We're figuring out. Choose another weapon to go into the training. I did them all. You can leave the training field by holding tab. Oh, yeah, we're done. Okay, so that's it for that part. Don't leave yet? Oh, gosh. Trix, why? Why would you do that? Go back to training? Okay. Oh, it still remembers what I did? Sweet. Into the training area. Oh, wait, there's 3 different areas. Choose a weapon to begin training. Get the shooting position. Okay. Hit all the targets. 6 left. Okay. Oh, wait, we gotta hold it. Alright, let's... yeah, I'm not really too good with this. Hold on. Let me hold it there. Go down. There we go. Got it, got it, got it. There we go. Yes, fired, guys. Fired. Fired. Probably if I duck, it might be easier. Here we go. All good. All right. Choose another one here. We're going to go ahead and try to go with the arrow. I think the arrows I'll do much better. This time I'm going to do third person here. Oh. Oh, duh. No wonder. Come on. There we go. Yeah, I like bow and arrows much better, guys. Alright, what's this one? What the hell is this? Oh, I'm throwing spears? Shoot it? Oh, gosh. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, so these are kind of like the old school thingies, which is kind of cool. Oh, the wind messed me up. Oh, a little higher in that one. Got him. All right, we did it. Here's the thing. In first person, you'll have to aim higher than in third person. Keep that in mind. Okay, okay. Okay, so this training area is done, guys. Let's move on to the next one here. This one is done. We're gonna do this one first. What am I doing here? Choose a weapon to begin training. Guess we'll do this one. Okay. Go to the trainer. Oh gosh, what are you doing? Defend from the left. What's with this guy's face? Back from the left. From the right. The top.
Yeah. I'll split your skull!
I gotta aim the mouse more. Duh. Choose another weapon, go into the training. Okay, let's grab another weapon here, guys. Yeah, my advice would have attack by mouse and block by keyboard. Yeah, I think, remember last time, what did I do? I did like, what setting was that? I know it was in the settings, I remember that. Yeah. I did that with Warband. Yeah, I did that with Warband. I do remember that was much better. Blocking. Control block direction by movement keys. Control attack direction by... I think I'm gonna do this too. I'm gonna try it. Yeah, see, it's much easier. Yeah, it's much better for me. Alright, choose another weapon and go. No, we're done. So what's over here? Anything? Oh, that's these guys. Oh. Oh gosh, I don't have anything. Oh no. But I think we get the idea though. Oh, this is for a different area. Oh. Oh, go for the veteran? Okay.
You in hell! Yeah. I'll cut you down!
There you go. There you go. That's it, guys. Finish the training, but it looks like we got different weapons to do this with, though. Oh, that was a low attack. Oh no! There we go. With no shield? Right. Practice blocking for a while with no shield, yeah. It's easy. Alright, next one. Okay, so we'll do this one. Well, I got infinite stamina too, so you can't really do that in a real battle. Come on. Come on. Almost, almost. Oh! Oh, you got me, partner! How do I counter? Like... Yeah, how do I thought we could like counter. Eat his bash. Oh, okay. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, okay. So ease the kick. Okay. So this area is done. So mounted training. Mounted spear training. So it looks like my mounted training needs practice on. That was brutal, bro. Right, right. My regular melee here, guys. Woo! Okay, so I guess we're done here. Everything's... kinda cool. Oh, look at that. Oh, I kicked the horse. Ooh, kicked the horse in the nut. Oh, God, I kicked the horse in the butt. That's right. Giddy up, giddy up. Oh, look at the saddle. On the horse in the face. Oh, oh, look at that. Oh, here we go. Ready, guys? Oh, hold on. Come here, horsey. Hey, wait, what are you doing? What are you doing? There you go. That's how you do it. Alright, guys. Come here, horsey. Hold your horses. Bet a horse doesn't like get up and like just kick me in the back of the heels, guys. That would be insane. Alright, guys, I think we did it. We good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Yeah. Go back to training or leave. Here's the training field. Training field. Wait, there's another training field? What's this one? Oh, wow. We can zoom out, guys. Look at... Oh! That's insane. Where was I? Definitely not here. Alright, so I'm in that little tiny training field there, guys. Did I go here? This is the Southern Empire. Okay, so what am I doing here? Like, kind of like Risk? Looks like we got different factions here. Alright, well, let's do, I can't do these. What am I supposed to do here? Oh, it's paused. Oh, okay, I got it. Quest activated. Travel to village Tavia. Alright. Navigating Call Radio. Welcome to Call Radio. You can explore the world map by moving the camera. Oh, WASD. I knew that. Expanding your view by right-clicking on dragging the mouse, blah, 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 blah. The regular stuff. Yeah, give it a try. Okay. Okay, cool, cool. Wow, look at my character. Oh, what's with my character? Moving your party is done by clicking on the map. This will leave a mark on the target location unless you have clicked in inaccessible areas such as mountains or sea. Let's set off for travel. Yeah, we want to go here. Oh, wow, that was fast. Okay, take a walk around. You have arrived at the village. Oh, it's cool. It's kind of like a little RPG type deal. Let's walk around and see what we can find, guys. Oh. We're here. I guess so. We need food, and after that, maybe some men to come with us. Yeah, we need some men. The headman here can probably help us. Let's try to find him. Alright. Wow, there's actually like life. Wow, this is an interesting campaign. Speak to the headman. You can press left alt key to see location. Gotcha. Okay. I am Oros, headman of this village. What brings you here? We need help. Some raiders have taken our younger brother and sister captive, and we think they may have passed this way. They got your people too? Sorry to hear that. Those bastards have done a bit of killing and looting in these parts now as well. Ooh. We think they've gone north. I reckon there's a few folk around here who will join you in going after them if you'll pay for their gear. Wow. I have to pay for their gear? I don't know, guys. I don't think we really need help anymore. I think we're okay. I think we're going to be fine. Once you made preparations, come and talk to me. Again, I may have a task for you, and after going blah, 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 I can't see it because like, I'm gaining points right now, guys. Leaving a mission. To leave a mission, you can hold down the tab key. This will return you to the settlement menu where you can purchase supplies and hire recruits. That's all I need to do right now, then? Okay. Yeah, you already know where we are. Always, bro. All right, so we got recruit troops, buy products. All right, so recruitment. Your brother has asked you to hire at least 4 men before you set out to face the raiders. You can hire troops from villages and towns by clicking on the recruit troop button. Okay, so we click this, and right now we have 1,000 guild gold coin, whatever we want to call it, right? Somewhere in that nature, guys. Okay. Note tables help you recruit more and better higher level troops according to your relation with them. Click on some troops and you move them to your party. Okay. So here's the headman's troops. Headman's troops. Oh yeah. Okay. So these guys are all kind of look the same. How do I? Oh. 200. Oh. Too much moolah, man. Too much. Too much, guys. Heck? Dum 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 dum. Alright guys, you know what? Just what I want you guys to do right now. I want you guys to spam emojis in the chat, guys, if you guys can. And whatever emojis you like, whatever's your favorite, guys. Give me your expression. Tell me how you feel. Tell me what you like. Tell me what you don't like. Tell me what's going on. Tell me what can be going on. Whatever you guys want to do right now, that'd be awesome. Alright, so we got the troops. Things are looking great. Let's go ahead and continue on to see what else we're going to do here, guys. That's it? We're done? I think we're done. Buying food. You should purchase supplies on the settlement menu to the left. Buy product. Hey, buy product. I like the labeling for that, by the way. It's really good. Ooh, hey. Oh, you guys are making me hungry. You guys are making me hungry. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. So. Bam. Well, there is one thing I really want to try out, guys. Honestly, is maybe even do like a clip here real quick just to see what the clip will look like. I don't know if this clip will work, so I'm testing this clip. Does this clip actually work? It probably doesn't, but I will find out. I have to check my clips. How do I check my clips? I don't know, but it's got to be somewhere, right? I'm actually going to check this real quick, guys. Hold on, clips. Let me actually move this over to the left one more time. Okay, clips. Open last clip. There you go. That works. So we do that, right? Okay. Perfect. Oh, I spelled that totally wrong. So when I type that, what does that do? It opens up my browser. And hold on. Looks like it's doing something here. See something here. Wow, it works. Or no, wait. Yeah, it did clip. It clipped the yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. So bam. Well, there is one thing done. Buying food. You should. That's interesting. That is very interesting, by the way. All right. Your brother recommends that you purchase 2 stacks of grain. Just 2. What? Oh, that's my party. Oh, give 2 and I take 2. Okay. You will pay 30? Ooh. Okay, yeah, no, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, it was a little confusing here, guys. And you know what? And just for bragging rights, guys, for those that are here right now, guys, if you guys are subscribers, you guys are now in control of the chat. Type whatever you want, guys. You guys have exclusive access to the communications comms.
If you know what I mean.
But seriously, guys, we got to get back in the group here. All right, so we got the products, we got the troops, which is perfect. I don't know, guys. I mean, I really don't know. What do you think, Trix? Like, what do you really think we should do here? You know, like I'm asking you, and you're not even replying to me. Man, so useless sometimes. I'm telling you. All right, so see what else we got here, guys. We have talk to the headman on the menu to the top right to show the important message in your current location. Click on the headman's portraits. Okay, so we talked to the guy up here. Okay, good. All right. Talk. That's it. We're going back to talk to the man again. Ah, oh, dude, why you look like that? What's going on here? 2 horses. What's with his feet? What's wrong with his toe? Guys, I think he has like a Ninja Turtle toe. What is going on here? What is this, man? That is insane. That is freaking insane. Wow. Alrighty then. Have you finished your preparations? I am working on it. So we're not done? It left years ago, right? Wait, what am I supposed to do now? That's it, I'm done? Hold on, so I'm not done with my preparations? I had 2 grains. There's nothing on the tutorial. Quest. Talk to the headman Orals. Okay, that's done. Recruit 4 troops. 0 out of 4. Click recruit troops on the... Wait, what? What? Oh, I never bought them. Wow, I never bought them, guys. We finished our preparations. Let's talk to the headman again and see. Okay. All right. Well, let's talk to him again, I guess. Oh, I could have just clicked the thing. Oh, gosh. Could have just clicked at him at the other menu there. Wow, guys. What an epic fail. Unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. Oh, we got a midget. Oh my god, that's awesome. Guys, hold on. I gotta check this out. These midgets are kids. Oh my god, that's so sweet. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That is awesome. All right, guys. Go ahead and turn it off so everybody can talk in this room. Where is he? He's right here, guys. Let's talk to him real quick. Glad to see that you found what you needed. Now, about that matter that I mentioned earlier. Yeah, what do you want me to do? Come on. What do you want me to go kill? I got it. Want me to be your mercenary? Let's go. There's a wandering doctor who comes through from time to time. Name of Tatios. Treats people for free. We're fond of him. Oh, what's the problem then? Well, we last saw him a few days ago. He was carrying some sort of chest, which he was very mysterious about. He was on some sort of quest, he said, though wouldn't tell us more. He's missing. Okay, search and rescue. Gotcha. He set up to the road just a few hours before the raiders come through here. Well, he's not really a whirly type. Just the kind of fellow who stumbled into a trap and let himself be captured. We're worried about him. Okay, if you can keep an eye out for him in the Tactiles, we will be very grateful. Maybe if he's alive and well, he'll tell you a little more about his quest. Alright, very well. You leave a mission, you can hold down the tab key. This will return you. Okay, so that means we're done here. Alright. What's this gameplay like? What's up, Council? How's it going, man? How's everything going? It's a kid, not a midget. I don't know. They're both short, so it's all good, right? It's all good. Right, right. Absolutely. That is amazing. Me. Alright guys, so here we go. Let's see what else we're going to do here. So right now, we're done with Tavia, or Tavea, whatever it's called. Well, we're paused. Why are we paused? Let's zoom out. Wait. I do have quests, guys. Let's look at our quests real quick. So locate and rescue traveler. Look around the village to find the party that captured the traveler whom the headman told you about. Oh, so I gotta go... Wait, what? Oh, I see. The raiders. Wait. I'm not supposed to attack the raiders yet, though. It's an interesting game, Kelso. It's actually really nice. I'm liking it. It's not that bad. Like, I didn't think the campaign would be this nice. Thank you, Kat. How are you, by the way? How's everything going? Are you guys excited for the new Sea of Thieves updates? Compare it to? Ugh. You know what? The campaign... Let me play a little more before I really compare it. I'm not 100% quite sure right now. Right, quite yet. Right. See, I played Warband. But that was like... We're talking... Like, what was it? Like 2009 or 20... I don't know. I forgot what year that one came out, but it's a pretty older one. Yeah, it is pretty hard to answer that. There are a lot of classic games I could compare this to, but not quite because this is a more modern type, you know. I'm still learning the campaign myself. I literally just got out of training and I went to the first village. I just started, guys. So do bear with me with that one. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, I'm glad to see you guys are doing good. Okay, so... What is this? Character. This is my character, guys. I need to change my outfit. My character looks crazy. Let's go back to quests. For quests, locate and rescue the traveler. Look around the village. It said look around the village, so maybe I need to go back here. Look around the village. Can I talk to random people? Oh, wow. Interaction with this person is disabled during tutorial. Oh. Okay. Let me talk to Headman again. I don't know. I don't know. What about you, miss? You know anything? No interaction during the tutorial, guys. Oh, I'm still in the tutorial. It said look around the village, but I can't talk to anybody though. Wait, that's a female character? Yeah, Thomas, come on, bro. Stop looking behind you. Look. Okay, guys, you know we gotta do it. You know we gotta do it. Let's get off the horse for a second. Let's look at this. What do we got? Cabbage? Wow, look. Oh, my horse! Oh! No. Come back. Hey, I was just kidding. I was joking. No, come back to me. Horsey! How do I call my horse back? Oh, gosh, guys, I screwed up. Oh, I done it again. I lost my horse. How do I sprint in this game? Is there a sprint button? Guys? Oh, ooh. There we go. There we go. How do I call the horse back?
Hey, bro. Yeah, you'll basically the horse is gonna come back to you when you leave the village.
Oh, so it's just having a little temper tantrum because I did kick it, and then I'll get it back.
That shows that you don't hit animals.
Oh, well, I wasn't hitting it. I was just, you know, just petting it.
You punched it in the face, Trix. Come on.
No, I was showing the horse my pedicure, and I guess I got a little too close.
Exactly. And just to answer one of your questions, when you were at the map, you said why is the game paused? Basically, when you interact with either parties, towns, villages, so on and so forth, the game automatically pauses for you, so you can take your time to make a decision or what you need to do. Just so you know.
Do the animals poop in this game?
Hang on here though.
Okay, so it's not really a spoiler or anything, but like when I went to the map, I saw the raiders, right? And it did say look around the village. Okay, so clearly around the village, interaction is disabled currently.
No, when they say around the village in this situation, they don't really mean to go
in the village, but around.
On the map.
Makes sense. Okay.
Parties with exclamation marks. Those are your.
Yes. Okay. I kind of figured. I just didn't. I know we weren't supposed to battle the raiders, but I did hire the headman.
You are. This is your quest. You need to defeat those 3 parties. That's what your quest says.
All right. Well, I'm gonna.
If you press J, you'll find what you need to do. Also, don't forget to upgrade to level up your character. Keep that in mind.
Does it cost anything, or is it free?
It's free.
Well, I like that. Okay. All right.
Someone, please help.
All right, guys. Let's see what we're gonna do here. So we got a couple people here. We got battle level 6s. These are all level 6s. We're gonna go. Or wait, let me zoom in. Unknown behavior. So did I? Has an available quest, neutral. Oh, we gotta leave settlement. Right? There we go. Oh, look, guys. Look, these guys are running. Man, these guys are running. These guys are... Anyway. Let's get back in the groove, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and try to chase one of these guys. Oh, wait, hey, what the heck? Where you going? Wow, look at this guy with the axe. Whoa, you got a big beard. That's my party? Oh, no. I need men. I can't just go in there by myself. You encountered a raider party. Attack, then end your troops. Oh, it's a tutorial. Okay, so it looks like the only option we have right now, guys, is to attack. Oh. Oh. No. Get back on the ship. Battle commands. You can tell your men to charge by opening the movement hour orders with F1. Okay, we got F1. Oh. Okay. I don't know where the raiders are. Oh gosh, they're right there. Okay.
Get moving!
And choosing F3. What the?
Onwards!
Oh gosh!
Onwards! Spread out!
Okay, guys. First raider party here. Not too bad. We got one more. We got one more just sitting about. We're gonna go ahead and lip swing it on this one. Oh wait, he's down. He's down. He's down. Yep. Captain. Oh. Oh, swing and a miss. Mom, my horse is bloody. Look at my horse.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We need to really get back into motion here. Where's my men doing? Are they slacking again? You can tell your men to charge with F1.
Get moving!
Hey, how do I cancel this? Oh, wait.
Spread the field!
Okay. There we go. 94, okay. Alright, here goes this guy. Oh. Did we get him? No, I lost one of my men, guys. Alright, come here, Raider. Come here, what are you doing? Oh, where are you going? Get off of me! My horse health is down, guys. Not looking too good here. Right in your face, bro. Right in your face.
You did not see that coming!
Oh, we did a good job, guys. Battle 1.
Okay, permission to actually explain a few things regarding that combat system.
Yes.
bastards!
Okay, let me mute your stream so I can
Yeah,
see.
so F1.
Okay, let's
F3.
take things one step at a time. Just press F1. One step at a time. Press F1, let's see what...
And I see a bunch of F keys afterwards.
Exactly. So F1 controls your unit's movement. And then you select what you actually want to do by pressing the corresponding F. The tutorial was telling you to go charge, so you should have pressed F1 to control movement, and F3 afterwards to charge.
Ooh.
You can back
not
out
a one
of command
breathing!
menu by pressing right click.
Fall
Right now
back!
they will not actually move because you won the battle. Let's press F2, for example. Let's see what other options we have.
Okay, so this is face enemy.
This is the way your units are facing. Well done on that one. Let's press right click to back away and go to
Oh, right click's like a back.
exactly. F3 it's formation, right?
Hold your
So
ground!
basically on the formation, you press F4. I don't want you to press F3.
Oh, so these are like formation. Oh.
Exactly. This is how you form a formation. And for example, let's say you are forming a formation. To tell your people to go to a location and hold there, you press left click on the map. You can see that flag. They are gonna go to your flag. When they are charging, when you're telling them to charge, that will literally tell them to charge. You don't need to press anywhere. You just issue the order to charge. Again, they will not do anything right now because you won the battle. Right?
Yeah.
Form a circle!
Okay, so they won't do the formation right now.
Circle
They won't do
formation!
anything because again you won the battle.
Yeah.
Stand
Okay.
apart!
F1's movement. F2's direction. F3's formation.
Back to hold arrow! Release arrows!
So wait, so the other half keys are just, or the F keys are just like shortcuts.
Yeah.
Two horses! Soldiers in charge!
Okay, so F7. Well, it's gonna show me this in the tutorial anyway, right?
Not really.
Victory! We've shown
This is really advanced and stuff. I would not go more than F1, 2, and 3.
Heaven be praised!
Here, what you just opened, you can reassign units and
Victory is
certain
ours!
formations. Again, I wouldn't bother with. That's way too complex for your current.
Okay.
The bastards!
All right, guys. So right now we're back to the tutorial, rescuing and taking prisoners. Ooh, nice. After a hard fight battle, you may have the choice to take prisoners or recruit those that you have freed from your enemy. Both options are done by transferring the troops to your party with the little arrow button to the bottom on the left. All right, so here was the raiders. So when I click this arrow button, it transfer. So we get one of those guys. That's what's going on. He was a prisoner. Okay, cool. So he wants to join the good guys. This is just my regular stuff. So, interesting. Right, Kelso. Right. Oh man, that's crazy, guys. Crazy. All right. So now that we have that raider party done, it looks like we're gonna have a couple more.
You forgot to actually loot those things, just so you know.
No, it's okay. All right, so I did the prisoner, and then the second one was for looting. Whoa! Look at those player levels. Holy mackerel!
Another thing that I need to let you know. When you're on a horse and you're using a sword, you actually need to look downwards when you're attacking. The aim is not automated. You literally need to aim precisely at their heads. Keep in mind, you're on a horse, you're at a higher level than they are. So you need to look down and swipe. Okay, Trix?
Alright, here we go, guys. Let's do this again. And this time... okay, so they're coming. So I tell them to charge, I guess, right?
Give 'em hell!
That is no... Oh, I only got 2 men? Oh, boy. Hey, how do I switch weapons? How do I get... I don't have bow and arrows?
Soldiers!
Oh, shoot. Wait. Oh, okay. Alright. Okay, well, let's try this around, guys. Oh, I missed that one. Alright, start it around slowly. Let's zoom it in. Ah. Alright, one more. Hit. Alright. We are the winners! Alright, good job, guys. Good job. Alright, so press tab. Gotcha. Alright, so we got some renown, some morale, which is good. Okay. Make sure we do this right. So prisoners, we got 2 of them. All right, so just to make sure, 2 prisoners I transferred over, and then what's with the loot?
You click done. After, basically, you transfer everything from left to right. And after you transfer everything, and you make sure you're not encumbered or exceeding your limit of prisoners, you click done.
Oh, okay,
Basically,
okay.
In these screens, what's on the right is what you have, either troops/prisoners or inventory. And what's on the left, it's what the enemy had. Troops to take prisoners or things like that. There you go.
Oh, I see what you mean. So the actual, okay. I'm sure there's a weight limit. I see 24 out of 70, so that's what it is. Yeah.
Exactly, Trix.
All right, and I can just equip these on my character?
Yeah, if they're actually better than what you have, sure, you can. If you hover over them, it's gonna do a comparison.
Yeah. Let's Oh, okay, we could sell it too. Sweet. So I can get some money because
sell in exactly.
Gotcha. Okay.
You're doing great, by the way. Congrats.
I'm trying.
No, you're doing great.
All right. I'm starting to get it slowly but surely.
I'm gonna teach you one more thing that's really important for single player, especially. If you press F6, the AI is going to take over your troops. It's gonna organize it based on your tactical level. So they're gonna do some nice shit and stuff like that.
Okay, I get it. Yeah, she did say they're in charge. Okay. Like, oh. Is there like what? Is there like boundary limits here, or?
Yeah. And if you go out of the boundary limits, you're gonna leave from
Where my men go? Oh, they're coming. Oh, okay. I see. They.
the
How do I switch to my arrow or spears?
mouse wheel up. If you use mouse wheel up, you switch to your weapons, and mouse wheel down.
Oh. Okay. Okay. So yeah, I don't have an arrow. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, you have.
Alright, now, my spears, do they regenerate after battle, or how does this work? Or do I have to buy more?
The projectiles you can pick from the battlefield, and after each battle, it just regenerates. So you don't have to worry about it.
In the base! Alright, guys, here we go. I was a swing and a miss on that one. Oh, got him, guys. We'll get one more. Oh, did I just punch him with a fist? Wow. Okay, here we go. Let's get this sword ready. There we go. Down and out. That's it. Oh, yeah. Boom, shakalaka. Good job, guys. Good job. All right. Let's look at the battlefield results here. Got some renown, morale. All right. All right. Any troops? Did we get any troops? Thank you, Cat. So you have javelins and you get javelins back after each battle. So that's sweet. Okay, I'm just checking. I just didn't know once I use them, do I have to buy them? Do I get them back? That's kind of cool. So now I know I can use them. So let's see. We got some old fur. For now, I'll just grab these. We got no.
Up your character.
We got. Oh. Just to make sure I'm seeing this correctly. So progression. Where am I seeing this? Let's click on the character tab.
Yeah, on the character tab, or you can press C.
Oh, I can't do it here.
Yeah, you need to get out of the
Okay.
looting sequence.
You rescue several prisoners that the raiders had been dragging along. They look harsh and exhausted. You give them a bit of water and bread, and after a short while, one staggers on his feet and comes over to you. Oh boy. Oh wow. Oh. I don't know who you are, but I am in your debt. These brigands would march us to our deaths. Oh, okay. My name's Tactios. I'm a doctor by trade. I was on, well, a bit of a quest, but now I'm thinking I'm not really made for this kind of thing. You were a doctor? Already then. What's going on there, Summer Breed? How are you, bro? The top narration, terrible. Absolutely terrible, guys. I was with a caravan, and they just came out of the brush. We were surrounded and outnumbered, so we gave up. I figured they could keep us alive if it was just for a ransom. But then they started flogging us along with top speed without any water, and was just about ready to drop. I could feel the signs of the heat stroke keeping up, and I told them, but they flogged me more. If your group haven't come along, maybe I have a way to thank you properly. We're looking for 2 children captured by the raiders. Can you tell us anything? I'm afraid I haven't seen any children. But after our caravan was attacked, the chief of the raiders, the one that they called Ragagos, took and rode off with some more valuable belonging, including a chest that I had. He seemed to be controlling more than one brand raiding around the area. If this lot has your kin, then I think he'd be the one to know. And since I have nothing of value left to repay your help, I'll tell you this. If you do catch up with defeat that ruffian and may be able to recover my chest, it contains a valuable ornament which I was told could have great value if you knew where to sell it. Okay, so we just gotta find a place to sell it, get some more money. That's what I'm talking about. Doctors didn't exist back then? Men in towns and cities, right. Yeah, still learning, still learning. This is completely new to me, guys. This is actually my first time playing, guys. We're doing episode number 1 right now with this. All right, so it doesn't look like much, and I suspect that the lot's to give away in a few coin. But I got it from a mercenary who I treated once and swore it related to the Desmos Folly, and I don't know what that means to the successful relations in the course of the Emperor who died in a battle 80 years back. Maybe you can find out the true value. Okay, good. Good, we're looking perfect. Thanks for saving me again. I hope our paths will cross again. Okay, cool. Well, I gave him bread and water, but I only bought grain or whatever it is. What are these guys? What are they doing? Ants party, patrolling around. Oh, they're just patrolling. Look at my level 3, or my number 3. Is that my player level? I think so, guys. Hold on. First, let's go ahead and hit the progression here.
The number behind, like below or above parties on the map, that's the number of troops that that are in that party. Just so you know.
Okay. Right now I'm level 4. Okay, I see it. You can use free focus points for increasing your learning limit, and individual skills characters earn 1 focus point every time they level up. Free attribute points. You can use these points to increase attributes. You'll gain 1 free attribute for every 4 levels you gain. Gotcha. Okay, so I need to choose what I want to do here, guys. Oh, okay. Well, it seems more so like I need to start using the bow and arrows, guys. It looks like I'm using okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and level that, right? Level 5, perfect. And then I got 4 of these to mess around with, so I'll do that. Wait, how do I do this? Hmm. Why not? Let's just go for that for now. Okay.
One more thing that you missed. Go back into character, and under those attributes, some of them, for example, charm has a little shield at the bottom left. That shows that you can invest a perk point in it.
Yeah, I was wondering. I did see that it was highlighted red with the number. But yeah, okay, so I see it with the shield, so there's like 2
If it's
tiers.
highlighted red, that means that you've reached your limit of learning. So you have to invest into it to increase the gap that you can learn.
Hmm. Right. This might sound dumb.
Of those two.
Yeah, so when I click on one of, am I left clicking, right clicking? What's going on here?
No, you click on them and you see 2 options, one up and one down, and it literally tells you to pick. So you need to select which one.
Oh, okay. My bad. The text was blocking my way. I didn't even know.
No.
Wow. Okay, I got it. All right, there we go, guys. All good. No more shields? No more shields, but it looks like we got a new quest here. Find the hideout of the Radagos gang and defeat them. Okay, so they should appear at the... Yeah, they're... Okay, hold on. Wait, whoa, whoa, whoa. Easy, easy there. We're gonna be right over here, guys. Now, I don't know. Do I need more men? Because I think some of my men died.
When it comes to moving on the map, you do not move by clicking on the name. You move by clicking on the icon on the asset under the name.
Oh, we lost somebody, but I think that was just the doctor guy anyway, guys. Yeah, I had one perk in tactics. Really? No way.
You did. You just need to pay a bit more attention on the icons. Do you see the small shield at the tactics? So at the
Oh, wow, that's so small.
I'm hurt.
Jeez. It'd be nice if like the whole box like highlighted. That'd be cool. All right, so if I need more troops, do I just go back to
Yeah, you
the
just go
Bea?
back to that village. You purchase more troops. Indeed.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that because I feel like
Better safe than sorry, right?
yeah, I don't wanna risk it. Plus, I got some coin back, so.
There you go.
And I want an arrow, man. I need my arrow. Am I fighting dragons
Once
too?
once you're done with your tutorial, you'll be able to visit towns and so on and so forth, and you'll be able to like purchase real shit.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Alright guys, let's go ahead and get ourselves right back into where we are. By the way, guys, yesterday we had a really good time with the yeah, surprisingly the game's running pretty good, man. Actually pretty pleased with it.
Yeah, let's just wait for a battle like one.
I'm scared.
We'll talk then.
Yeah, right. Oh,
Okay,
wow, this...
when you're attacking hideouts, you won't be able to actually use that automated tactic thing you have 6, so you'll have to instruct your units individually, manually. My advice would be to first allow them to use long-range weapons by pressing F4. That switches from long-range to short-range.
4?
So you are, yeah, F4.
She's saying hold fire, fire at will.
Fire at will. There you go. They, yeah, when
Okay.
they're firing at will, they'll also be using long-range weapons. And the next step would be to instruct them to go attack or to follow you. So let's press F1 to open the unit control interface and either follow you or attack. It's entirely up to you.
Okay, well, I'll do what the tutorial says for now. I'll just kind of get the idea. But if I did do attack, I'll just do... I just instruct them to charge, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Alright. Oh, I forgot my... Oh, no, I can't buy arrows yet.
Usually, hideouts, I let them charge just so they lead the way, so I, like, it's easier to identify where the the enemies are at.
Right. Is there stealth?
Not really. I mean, theoretically, but practically...
Yeah, sure thing. Okay! One man down, guys. Let's move it on. Next part. Well, first we gotta cook some s'mores here real quick, guys. Let's have a seat, fellas. Wow, look, I got blood on my face and everything, guys. I look so emo. Man, she's the boss in this relationship in this level. Wait, how do I get up? Oh, F. Oh, okay, here we go. Alright, so we gotta go to the next camp. It looks like we got another camp down ahead, guys. So with this one, we're gonna do it like Aradar said. We're gonna go ahead and tell them to charge. Okay, so they're going for it.
When you tell them to charge, you don't really need to click anywhere. Just issue the charge order and they're gonna go berserk on people. You don't need to like fiddle with positioning and stuff. It's usually just charge.
Okay, here we go, guys. I don't even need a crouch, really, to be honest. So we got another guy here. Okay, so the flag is more so like formation then. Now I see why you have them charge. How do I sprint?
You sorry, you don't sprint.
Oh, how come they're faster than me? What the heck?
They have better athletics perks skills. So as you level, as you play, you will develop your skills. You develop your skills by doing things. I thought, you develop the trade by trading or having caravans or workshops. Athletics by literally running and fighting on foot. So as you play, you will develop your skills.
So if I find Chris Brown, will he show me how to run it?
Exactly. Wait, what?
Jim knows.
Jim's the friend of everyone now.
Oh gosh.
But doesn't he win a basketball game?
Who what?
Wait, what?
Who what? We're getting ourselves into a boss fight. Bring it out, buddy. Oh wow. So, who's that comes through my place of business killing my employees? We heard you took the little brother and sister. Where are they? Good heaven! I need a better description than that. My men have harvested dozens of little brats in this region. Quite good hunting grounds. Already sent most of them sold to the slave market, I know, though. Wow. Very well, I'll duel you. I don't duel slavers. Men, attack! Do I want a 1v1 like Call of Duty Sniper Quickscope? Or do I just want to just have my whole men attack and make this easy? It's gonna be interesting, guys. It's gonna be interesting, but it could be a test. He's pretty strong. I'll duel. Let's go for it. Oh. Oh. Oh! You hit a woman?
Yes.
Wow. Wow. And my men are just standing there. Guys, attack him. Yep, next time.
This was a duel. They will not attack. They're men of their word. I was like,
I don't know, man. Okay, you are defeated by the blah, 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 but your brother saved you. It doesn't look like they're going anywhere, though, so you should attack again once you're ready. You must have at least 4 members in your party. If you don't, go back to... Oh, okay, so I needed the party anyway. So do I have that many? Oh, yeah, we're good. This time, we're not going to duel. We're just going to attack. Right, boys? Right. Let's go. Let's go. Alright, now move on to the next one, guys. Go, 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 go. Talk about getting wrecked, guys. I got demolished. Oh, another guy. Get him, guys. Get him. Go, 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 go. I'm just going to sit back and watch. Oh, yeah. Oh, can I grab your stuff? Can I loot you? Maybe you got a club. You got any coin? No coin? No money? Oh, everybody's broken this game. Wow, look at the water, guys. Look at the water. The water. Looks good and tasty. All right, guys. Let's move it. Look at the big giant mountains, guys. Mountainside. Oh. All right, here we go, guys. We're going to the next spot. Oh, I think. Oh, wait, no, we got more guards down ahead too. Seems like there's more this time.
if you look look at top of your screen on center, you can see two bars. Those represent the number of troops on each side, just so you have like an understanding.
Okay, okay. All right, guys. So to make sure, men are gonna attack. Oh. We did it! We did it!
Victory is ours!
Oh, we do it!
Leave me blessed!
Well done.
All right. Oh, we got money. Oh. Well, I recognize defeat when I see it, but I am going to be your captain. Let me introduce myself. I am Radagos. You haven't cut my throat yet, which was a wise move. I'm sure I could find a way to be worth more to you alive than dead. You better help us get our brother and sister back, or you'll swing from the tree. Oh, you'll need my help, all right. If you want to get them back alive, that is. See, my boys have some pretty specific instructions about what to do if there's a rescue attempt. Oh. Shall we get on the road? And remember, if I drop dead of the exhaustion or drown in some river, that's it for your little dears. I don't expect a cozy Harlequin? I don't know. Now, but you have to make the best of making a hardship. Okay, there's a lot of reading in this game. I'm getting tired of talking. Right. The hype. Letting your troops carry you. You and Canada have something in common. Yeah, screw that, Eridar. Screw that! He cheated! He's using cheat codes, wall hack, and aim swing, whatever, lancer, mace, whatever he was using. But it knocked me out cold. Very cold. Alright, let's go to transfer these troops over. We got all that stuff right there, guys, which is good. You came across a chest and an old piece of bronze in it. It's so shattered and corroded that it could have been anything from a cup to a crown. This must be the chest that Tactiles mentioned. Yeah, so we're going to take that chest, guys. Oh, I was hoping to find more treasure here, but I think business wasn't going too well for Radagos and his gang. Yeah, true. I found this strange-looking metal piece, though, and it doesn't look too valuable. Wait, is he part of my crew? Is that what's going on over here? Okay, cool. Alright then, let's get on the road. I have a better idea. We would have a better chance if we split up now.
Brother in game.
And yeah, he's actually making the same facial expression as my character almost. Yeah, I guess it makes sense.
You get.
However, we must be careful not to endanger their lives, and it could be better. Okay, cool. All right, I need to take these men with us. Radagos is a slippery one. I don't want him getting away. You want me to raise the money for the ransom, the little ones? Indeed, you'll have to find a way to do that. Maybe this bronze thing can help. Cool. I'll take this bronze thing. You know, what kind of, a lot of things, guys. Tactile said it would be worth a fortune to the right person if you managed not to get it out. Okay, so that's cool. So we'll definitely have to check that out. All right. Never reveal that. Okay. One more thing. When you're talking to the nobles and the other people of importance, make sure you present yourself with someone from a distance of the distinguished family. Select your family name. My family name? Tricksters. Maybe without the Z.
Man, she's not gonna answer.
Yeah, we'll do it with the Z. Okay. Here we go.
Trix, that's a family. Oh my god, you disgust me.
What? The tricksters, they're gestures, they're clowns, they're clowning and jesting, and they're just readjusting their clowning.
You just.
Oh. Ooh. Can I upload a custom banner? No, I gotta use what they give me.
Thank you.
I was gonna use my favorite fruit or vegetable. That's cool though. They give me quite a large range of options here. Oh, this reminds me of like Odysseus or something, or like the Olympians.
Oh, by the way, Trix Cat said that she's gonna join us. Switch to multiplayer, bro. See what?
Yeah. Wait, do we have enough gold coins for our chat though?
For what? Is he trolling me? Wow, he's trolling me. Look at him fucking giggling like a schoolgirl.
Yes, the school. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Didn't you see me for last Halloween? I had pigtails and everything, bro.
I'm okay. Thank you. It's just too much info, bro. You're on stream.
Okay.
With the whole pink hair and all that stuff too.
I don't know what design to use.
The little plaid skirt too.
You guys are disturbing. Just saying.
You didn't see that? I think everybody saw that.
All right, so get on the road now. Once I locate the little ones, blah, 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 blah. Okay, look at that, guys. Look at that. Tutorial's over. You are now free to explore Call Radia. Oh, man, there's so much to do, guys. This is going to be a long time. Impressive. All right, so quest did
Do
appear.
you want to switch to multiplayer or do you want to continue campaign?
Nah, let's go, man.
Aye, let's get Cat here.
Wait, what time is it? Oh, yeah, we got to do multiplayer now. Holy crap. Hold on, give me a second. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and switch up on the games here real quick, guys. So bear with me while we get that set up. I'm going to go ahead and quit the campaign. Save at, wait, when I save, do I save as or save? It doesn't matter.
If you click save, it just creates a random shit. If you save as, you name it.
Oh, wow, like old school games. Wow.
Yeah, I know, bro. That's what it has that vibe. It has that feeling. Okay, let me. You'll have to exit the game in order to switch to the multiplayer mode.
Yeah, I did saw that. I wonder why it's like that. But that maybe it's broken into two portions of the game.
It's two builds basically.
I have to do my settings and all that again.
No, it carries. You know what the scary is? Sorry, bad joke.
Oh yeah! All right, so multiplayer. You guys ready?
Oh, I was born ready.
Oh, I like that.
But are you ready?
Yeah, are you ready?
Oh, I got
It's too early in the
hold
morning
on.
to actually get
Battle Eye Launcher. Oh god.
Yeah, that's the anti cheat. Good, bro.
It's
that's
not.
good.
It's not letting me. It's not letting me start the game. It's telling me hacks detected.
Exactly. You know.
Wow. Okay. We know what you do now.
That might be. All right, let's go.
Yeah, give me a sec. Waiting for Cat to also join us. She's gonna be our fourth wheel.
Oh, I just scratched the hell out of myself.
Oh, that's so cute. Yeah, I think it's a bit early in the morning to actually get a siege, which is like a 60 versus 60. So we're gonna go for a skirmish, which is like 6v6, capture the points and all that mumbo jumbo.
Okay.
Okay, where is Miss True Walker? True Walker, get your ass here. Loading. Oh, fucking dog. I'm sorry about the dog. Can you hear the dog too loud or is it acceptable?
Yeah, it is barking, but you know, if he had crisp, it probably would take that away. Hey, what happened to my? Why is the game not capturing? Oh Lord, here.
Fucking stupid dog, dude. I'm sorry.
Reason. Steam signed me up. That's cool.
So the multiplayer I can't capture. Okay, cool. Well, in that case, I'll.
Oh, you can. That's interesting.
Window mode just captures a white screen.
Wait, what?
Okay.
Wait, what?
Okay. That sense is very interesting indeed. Can't do window capture. Can't game capture.
You must have to change your settings in game, as in maybe your screen.
Oh, maybe it is on stream. Yeah. Let me check.
Yeah.
What? Enable controller vibration.
Yeah, compare this with the controller. Please don't.
Wow. Well, yeah, I mean, that don't make no sense. This is like a difficult game to play on a controller. Oh, isn't the other one a controller though? That might make sense.
I don't know. I don't think it was, bro.
Oh, wow.
I'm so now I'm you know that now I'm tempted to fucking try a controller.
Oh, food, man. Okay, yeah, graphic settings and everything stayed the same, so that's good.
So why isn't it capturing then? Interesting. Wait, let me grab something to drink. Be right back. Like a moment.
Okay. Hey guys, let's try to launch this again and see what's going on here. That's weird, man. That is weird. Interesting though. White screen.
I'm back. So, are we struggling here? What's the situation? Also, can
Yeah, it's not letting me capture the game.
drag cat in here, please.
Yeah, do you guys know much about this? Like, how come I can't capture the game? I mean, I've had issues with this with the games before. Usually I have to run it as admin or something. I might have to do it.
Yeah, I'm also looking into it. Hey, Catty.
Hello.
What's up, cat?
Hello. How are you all?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Cold here again.
It is freezing. Yeah. All right, which folder is it? Is it a bin folder maybe? 164 shipping client. Yeah, I found it. Okay, so there's two exe. So which one is the multiplayer?
I don't. I think it's.
I'll just do both.
Mhm.
Run as admin. Do I need to run it as Windows XP maybe?
No. The fuck, dude. The fuck, dude.
Okay, let me try this now. Let me see what happens.
Mm-hmm. You're using Streamlabs, right?
No, just OBS Studio.
Oh.
That's the reason.
Mm.
OBS Studio is Streamlabs.
Mm-mm.
Okay, like without OBS Studio, there's no Streamlabs. Streamlabs is just its own custom UI that they use a different set of interface that's used in OBS Studio.
Streamless is better. better
I don't know.
optimized.
It has less options. I don't like the less advanced options that you can configure with. Like it's just simplematic and simplified, and it works. Yeah, it's great, but I don't know. Like just
It works a lot
a
better.
few things I like to have in my grasp that Streamlabs didn't. You know what? Maybe it's the battle eye. I didn't even think about it. Give me a second. I got it. Yep, I fixed it. The battle eye was preventing me from capturing it.
You dingus. Dude, are we ready to die and cry?
I
No,
warn
I
you
can-
now, I'm only any good in Siege.
I worry now I'm not good in anything.
I can hear Trix raging already.
Huh?
You'll find out.
Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, give me 1 second though before we start up. I gotta go grab something really quick.
It's okay.
Guys,
Don't worry.
I'll be right back.
Um,
One moment.
for something. Okay. We don't really have that many players searching for Siege right now. We can try, but no promises. Cat, are we ready, Cat?
Are we ready? For what? To die a lot.
Oh. Well, this is gonna be painful, huh, guys?
Mm-hmm.
But stick around, I won't be long.
I'm just gonna do this. We're gonna look for a game for Siege until he's back. I know that we're not gonna get a Siege. Sieges are good in like your morning/midday gym.
Okay. So that's cool. So I could play when nobody's online.
No, that's the thing. In your morning, usually that's when we play Sieges. In our afternoon.
Okay.
Our afternoon is your morning, midday.
But if we played it on NA,
No, Europe.
so in Europe, really? What about NA though?
Mm.
All day
Go,
long.
go, go. Go.
Yeah, I'm level 1 noob.
I know, right? Are you ready to hear the also famous "Man, this game is so..." insert quotation coming from Trix.
Oh yeah.
Man, he's cheating. Man, he's
He's using aimbot.
yeah, man. I love to take a piece of people. Can know that firsthand.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Not bad. Early access. Ooh.
I know, right? Bitches, I have a badge for 20 wins. Let's go.
Oh, What badge? What badges? What?
Go to profile.
Ooh.
You have badges.
Steam profile.
No.
Oh no, profile
engage.
there. Oh right. Ooh.
I know, right?
I have no wins. Did we win a
I'm-
match?
We must have won a match.
No.
20 wins,
Sure we
yeah.
won a match, yeah.
Oh, current wins 10. We know that because it says James won 10.
James 122. Let's go, bitches.
James with a big fat 0. Subscriber.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, he subscribes when everybody's comment. For Trixzbot.
Cat
Okay,
last
it's
night's
good.
Sea of Thieves was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-mm-mm.
Did you get your kitty cats already?
Cat did.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't. I don't have the money.
I got me one. I got the package deal.
What package? The one the $16 shit?
It was the one with the cat and you got a little outfit.
Mm.
Yes, yeah, that's the best value.
Yeah.
Wanted to get the one where you got like 6 cats. But I didn't.
Yeah, I don't have money for that shit. No.
I haven't actually
okay.
looked at the store yet.
I do have the money, but I need to invest it in some. So budget-wise, I'm gonna be a bit tight for the next couple of months.
Our government's gonna be. We're gonna be going to debt so bad it's ridiculous. They're actually talking about adding another air for the next however long they decide, 60 every the taxpayer, $2,000 a month.
Hmm.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's anybody 16 and over. So as long as they're a tax.
Wow.
So it's gonna be. Somebody figured it up as like $500 million
Wow.
in 6 months' time.
Okay.
And we're already like $14 trillion in debt, so that's gonna even make it worse.
And the rest of the world, though. The other ones.
Yep. It makes sense, but I don't know. They're trying to help people out, but still, what are the people gonna do with that money?
Buy PC parts. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, Jim.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I might just buy me a whole new computer.
I will too, eventually.
Turn around, sell this one, and just buy a brand new thing.
I will too, eventually. Kat, do you wanna buy a GTX 1080 Ti?
Why?
Trix is selling his.
Yeah, it's like a sale for like $10,000. So.
No, he's selling for like 500. Between 5 and 6.
He talked to me about it earlier, but he didn't give me a price, so I'm like, Oh, yeah, do go to Canada back?
I think he went to Canada.
And then he got stuck because he couldn't cross the port.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're staying here now. Made chips.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What kind?
Yogurt and herbs.
Ew.
Dude, these are fucking gluten.
Ew. Ew.
Ingredients. Starch, vegetable, rapeseed oil mixed with ingredients with yogurt and herbs flavor.
You're eating bug chips.
Salt, garlic powder, sugar. Let's go. Let's go.
You're eating bug chips, huh?
Huh?
You're eating bug chips.
Oh.
Some is jelly.
Nope. I used to eat yogurt when I was like a kid, but I kind of grew up with that.
Wow. Okay. I'm forever a kid in my heart.
I know.
A sick, perverse kid, but you know. Come on, Trix, did you fucking go to another country or what?
Got lost on the way back. Where's my place at again? I forgot. Where's my computer at? One of these. In his gigantic mansion that he had. Probably takes him 3 hours to walk from one side to the other.
Exactly, right?
Takes me 5 minutes to walk from one room to the other. to the whole place.
I just read what you said. That man is so untrue.
Sorry about that.
Wow, look who's back.
Ugh.
Yeah, you need to change your stick around. I won't be long too. I will be gone 30 minutes or more.
It wasn't 30 minutes. It was like, what, 5?
I didn't have thinking time.
I bet I had to go outside real quick. Now I'm more cold.
Canada?
Oh, man. That's amazing. Okay, so we're all formed up in a party, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's looking pretty good. And then, how does this work? It looks like we have Captain, Skirmish, and Siege.
Exactly. The captain, you need to take control over points, over
Okay.
like flags. And
So what's the point of being a captain then?
Shh. You're the captain of your own troops, so you have some troops with you. Skirmish is the same but without the troops, so it's just the players. And
Okay.
siege is a siege. Right now, at this hour, sieges are not really populated.
Okay, sorry,
Sieges
Cat. Go ahead.
It would be the fuck you. Sieges would be the best to play somewhere around morning, midday your time zone. So in our afternoon.
Gotcha.
I would say for the sake of complexity, let's just go for skirmish. Just 6v6, no AI troops that you need to control, direct, and so on and so forth. And Kat, as you can tell by her size, she sucks at skirmish big time.
I'm only good when I can hide behind a wall and fire arrows at people.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, let's do this. Let's see what it's all about. Which one's the best one? So Siege is the best.
Yeah, siege is the best, but again, you won't be able to get players at this hour in siege. You need like
Wow.
120 players per siege.
What if you change time zone or region?
Essentially.
Don't matter.
So literally right now, you're in between times.
Hey, Dorales, what's going on, bro? How are
I
you?
don't think you wanna play in Australian servers.
All right, bro. All right, no
Fucking
problem.
thing, right?
Yeah. Oh, wait, what's this? Oh, I'm choosing a class, equipment. Did it go into detail? Like what? Oh, yeah, you just click on them once.
Ooh.
We're about to phase. I didn't even get a word. Oh, what?
Well, now it's we're not fixed, so don't worry about
Oh, scary.
All right, so how do we spawn?
it. Press F to
There.
spawn.
Press F to spawn.
Oh,
There
okay,
is
cool.
friendly fire, so please be careful, okay?
Friendly fire.
Trying to hit
If you
somebody
hold
here.
left, it's up. If you hold left out, you see the points and our team where they are, okay?
So scared.
Jeez.
Take him out already.
Oh. Oh. Did I
Oh
die?
no! Oh,
What
What happened?
crap. Yeah.
This is the warm up.
Oh. Yeah, you're right, man.
Nice, too.
All right.
Okay. Oh, so we got quite a mixed bag there. Look,
Mm-hmm.
we got 2 archers, 3 archers, 4 archers. Okay, we're not a mixed bag then. 4
Okay,
archers,
okay.
a horseman and a swordsman, spearman.
Horsemen and a
legionnaire.
swordsman. Sounds like you're singing there.
Oh my god.
When's your next
Where we
album?
going?
I don't know. Wait, who's who? I don't see no names on you guys. It's like real life.
Hold left all, Trix. Hold left all.
Oh yeah.
We are going for C. Let's go for C.
Where the hell see?
You know, I'm gonna make a hotkey for that because I don't want to keep holding it.
Oh, horsey. I just need to get
look
somewhere where I
Look
can
at Cat. Cat, you really like the walls, huh?
hide. Yeah.
Alright, where's the players at? Probably beyond this flag.
We have
Let's see.
archers at C, archers at C.
Oh.
Oh, and you can injure players. Oh, did I just kill you?
No, I got run over by God. Thank you for letting me know, guys. What the heck?
Oh, I got a hit. Oh, I got him. Oh. Oh, I got him. Oh.
Oh, I hit him. I hit him. I'm going away. Sitting on the flank.
Oh, I'm getting ganked. Oh.
Horse coming. Horse coming. Horse coming.
Ooh, nice. Oh, horse behind us.
Oh, 2 horses. Ah, she's coming from behind.
I'm dead.
I've got the arrows left.
Oh, I'm twerking.
Yeah. I've got arrows left. Where is he?
Alright, guys, let's go ahead and continue on.
I really
I
need
sh-
some
I-
help. I really need some help.
Oh, yeah, I'm dead. I should not be on the point with the bloody archer, because it's...
Okay. Listen up. We really need to stick together. Like, if we go one by one, we are all beyond that. I'm out of the game right now. I died twice.
Not good.
Yeah, it's not good.
Wow, their whole team's alive.
Yeah. I know.
Wow. In the trash. You think you're good, bro? Cause you're on a horse? You can't bow an arrow on me, man, bro? Should I type something?
Ah, I'm dead.
He kicks it too. Oh my god, yeah.
He kicked my bloody body when I was down.
Okay. We need to stick together, like, honestly. Okay?
Alright, so what is this? An objective, right? Like we gotta capture?
Yeah. Capture or
Alright.
eliminate the enemy team.
Because it looks like everybody just went for battle.
Yeah.
Oh, we
Capture
ran
or
out
eliminate
now.
the enemy team. Okay. Let's stick together. I'm begging you, guys, okay? Just stick together, have each other's backs, okay?
Yeah. Okay. I've got no shield. Okay.
Who's going what?
I'm gonna be archer again, but maybe militia. I know. I'll stick with it. I'll try guard. It's got more armor. Right. So where are we
Okay,
going?
we tap oh, Trix, you're on a horse. You just go do your thing.
Okay. Yeah, it when the timer ran out, it just auto-picked. Well, I guess I was hovered over this. I was trying to read them.
Alright,
let's-
we're going for C. We're going for C, Trix. Yeah.
See? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. See.
Because it's for Cookie. Okay, horse.
Woo!
Alright, they're coming at C. You got 2 at C.
Yeah. Move. We need to protect Trix. Watch our backs, okay?
Oh my god.
One's at C.
Yeah, I see one to see. I'm gonna... Look out, horse coming. Ah, he knocked me out.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
I'm bloody dead. He's kicking in the back.
Careful, cat. Watch your right.
Woo! Oh, he got me again though. I'm hopeless.
Dead. They're fucking sweet.
Oh, I killed my horse.
Oh
It's
no,
okay.
I see you, Trix. I see you.
You can grab another one. You can grab another horse. You can get on.
Jim, I'm right behind you, bro. Right behind you.
Fall back. I got you. Fall back. Oh, I got obliterated. I think I did kill Trix.
Jim's still in there.
Bardish.
Come on, Jim.
Jim, you're our only hope, bro. You're our only hope. No pressure, though.
Only pick one person.
You only have to spawn, so we kind of used our spawn space. Oh no, you're still in! Holy shit, Trix is still in and he's having a weird...
Nice.
Okay, that's Jim up there. Play together.
Oh, get you, please.
Oh.
You fell off the wall.
Yeah, my character sucks. I only picked the low class one because I guess I had number points.
Yeah, I have it. Okay. I'm going Legionnaire with improved armor and spear. The spear is for their horses, so they don't fucking just trash us like there's no tomorrow. They don't have any archers or anything. They have really good militia. So let's abandon the archer technique.
Yes.
Switch to some melee combat. Let's be a bit more agile. Legionnaires.
We want reach.
Right. Legionnaires, right, okay. We're gonna get bloody wiped out by.
Where's the... I don't have any throwing. Oh, okay.
No.
Oh,
Okay,
the spear.
on me.
Let's go.
Huzzah! Everyone, huzzah! Come on.
Yeah, we gotta keep
For
this
the
horse
Huzzah!
quick.
Okay. Still gonna die. Shields up.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a hotkey because I don't want to keep holding it.
Oh, she got me again! Like
No,
he
it's
did
okay.
that last time, didn't he?
He took out my shield! Yes, he took my shield! that would have been a kill if I wouldn't have had the shield.
If he didn't, yeah, if he didn't have the shield, he'd have
We,
got
ha
you.
we have
Yeah,
immediate
here we
kill.
go. Archers, shields.
On me.
He's behind you guys. He's behind you.
On me. Well done.
Stab his horse.
Careful with the crossfire.
Oh!
On point, get on point. Retreat to point.
Ah! Okay. Coming back now. Oh, he's trying to kill me. He's trying to kill me.
I'm dead.
I'm not dead, but he's going to break my shield in a minute. Oh, I am dead now. Oh, bloody
Trix, are
hell.
you like double dead? No, there you go. Okay, I see both of you. Let's go. Have each other. Trix, I need you to stay in the back so you can have our backs. Call if you. Did you guys just see that guy die?
It must have been an arrow. Was that Jim?
Arrow. Archer.
Who stabbed it?
Archer.
Archer. What are we going to do? Take him out?
You got three in the left though.
Yeah.
Okay,
What's our horse person doing?
let's take the archer.
Watch behind you, Air.
I just saved your ass.
Oh, somebody coming after me!
No, we got
Somebody
you.
behind me. I'm gonna so die.
Oh shit.
What's the honey badger?
We got wiped, Trix.
I didn't die, but we ran out of room.
Oh, we got wiped, boy.
Oh god dear me.
Okay, I'm open for suggestions. Tactically wise.
You can pass.
Hide in a corner and just cry.
Yes. That works.
Should I also take the captain mode?
Whatever you want.
Yeah. Try captain mode. Oh dear.
I'm just taking everything. Fuck this shit. Let's. Give me just a second, actually. Let me check something out. Yeah, the only sieges are on Oceania. Should we try just for shits and giggles?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes, we should, because siege is something else, you know. It's
Yeah, siege is something else. You're gonna like there is no tomorrow, just so you. Okay?
I played games like
Oh,
every month.
we're in. We're in. We're
Okay.
in.
I mean, if I don't have more than 300 ping, I'm okay.
I've had a game spike up to
Oh, you
4.
guys should be having perfect ping, right? Because I mean, it's your region.
Oceania is like
Oh.
fucking Australia, you weirdo.
I'm
You're saying?
Azurai.
Okay,
I'm
we're going
Azurai.
Azurai. We're going Azurai.
Okay. Oh, we gotta be these guys.
Stronger bow, extra arrow.
Yeah.
Oh, ping is.
Ping is 3. Oh, ping is good. I have 300. Trix has 200.
Well, how do you see that in tab? Oh yeah.
Yeah, press tab, press tab.
Oh, that's ridiculous, bro. Look at these people, 14 ping. No wonder they're winning. No wonder my hits ain't counting.
But Jim is too high. Yeah, we are.
Hey, Radar, why you got 340? What the heck?
I know, same here, bro.
Hey, so why are some people getting 20? So where's this server?
Oh, we're in the
Australia.
middle. Yeah, we're in the middle of a match, aren't we?
The lag hits are amazing. Hashtag sarcasm.
They're probably not actually going to kill anybody on this.
Ah, I
Right,
picked
so
sword. Why did I get an
okay.
axe?
Okay, let's check objectives. We need to go over D. Where the fuck is D? Yeah, we need to take D. We need to take D, guys. So hold left.
Somebody-
Hold
somebody-
right.
Kill somebody? Okay.
I actually
Oh,
killed
he's-
someone.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. That D's. We've captured D. Captured D.
Defend D. Okay, listen up. Hold left. Hold. I killed another guy. Okay, I'm hacking. I repeat, I am hacking.
I see C.
Hold left alt to see where your objectives are. Okay.
Can't see D. Oh, I see Jim. Hello, Jim.
Defend D. Defend D. Hating ping.
Oh,
Everyone. How the fuck am I getting kills in like 300 ping? Right?
Yeah.
I am. I have like 3 kills. Okay, here's the thing, please. About sieges, it's not about the kills. It's about the objective. If we can't defend oh shit, dude, as I was saying, objectives. D. I need people at D. I'm begging you.
yeah. We're on D. We're on D.
Yeah, there's nobody here, bro.
I don't know. I don't even see. I see cat. Oh, I see Trix. Lol. Hey, Trix. You cannot harm your own troops here, so it's. Okay, hold D. Trix, don't go all berserk on people. Again, this is about. Oh, we need C. We need C, bro. C is up there. C is up there.
C's up top.
Yeah, we need C.
Pick it up top here. Up ladders.
Okay, let's go, Trix. Let's go. Over here? No, wrong way. Hold left alt to see my name, okay? Okay, so up here. Up here again. Oh, we need to capture C back.
Ah, I'm not in this guy. What about ping?
Oh, shit.
Oh, I'm dead.
Come on. Capturing C back.
Okay.
Okay, actually, the lag hits are not that bad. Okay, we have C back. We have C back.
Oh, I got one. Got another one.
Yeah, so for like this mode, you could do archery for sure.
Yeah. Another one. Okay.
Oh, I see this is a badass.
Someone coming in with the gate.
Oh shit, you okay? Oh, I need help. At C, I need help at C.
Yeah, I'm at C. Oh, God.
Wow, look at the text in the game.
Yeah.
Ignore,
Gate,
ignore.
gate,
I need
gate,
help
yeah.
C. I need help C. Please, I need help
Yeah,
C.
yeah. We're here at C. Oh no, D.
I'm dead.
Well, I'm at D.
Wow,
Oh, no.
Cat, seriously, wow. Wow, Catty.
Oh
Right,
no.
Shut the gate. I'm going to come upstairs. Yeah, I could possibly.
Yeah, we need C,
survive
we need
this.
C, we need C, dude.
Why am I not getting this guy, for goodness sake? Because I'm dead yet.
We're catching C, guys. Well done, well done, well done. Hey, is this a new map? I haven't heard of it.
I don't remember DB down in the thingy anyway. So there are archers there. What,
Where are
firing at us
their
from
archers?
above?
Where are their archers?
I don't know.
It keeps crashing on Discord.
Up above.
I assume.
Oh, gate's gonna
Jim
go in a
crashed
minute.
for.
Yeah, he's completely out of Discord, yeah.
Yeah, it's
It's
okay.
just after he went
They're on the wall, they're on the walls,
Let's
they're on the walls
work
above.
together. Let's work together.
happened when he went
Yeah.
AMD, man.
Ah, they're on the wall above us.
We need C. We need C. Okay, I see Cat. I don't see Trix. Trix, where are you, bro? I see C.
I'm right by G.
By G. No, we need. Okay, look up. I
I respawned.
okay. Okay, let's stick together because this is how we win by sticking together. Okay.
Oh, someone's. Oh, I got walloped. Right, we got C.
We won.
We won! Woo!
Well done.
Wow.
We did it! Yay!
I know this was confusing for you, Trix. I apologize. I'm gonna explain what you need to do. In a siege, you need to either capture or defend the points, strategical points. On top of your screen, you have like little arrows that deplete. When those arrows reach 0, that's the end of the game. And you'll have flags. You can see like numbers under 5.
Kind of like, well, Warband was a little different. That one we actually just
Yeah,
did
that was
kills.
different. That was different. Yeah, that was different.
Yeah.
Oh, but that wasn't that bad, am I right?
No, I liked it better than the last one.
Yeah.
And the ping, even though here's the thing, even though we had like 300 ping, it was smooth.
Is there stamina or something? Because like I feel like people swing way too much in this game.
No, there's no stamina.
There's-
You just need to parry. You just
Wow,
need to
that
counter
makes
and
sense.
parry.
Yeah, because it seems like people just spam swing and just like
It's like Kingdom Come Deliverance, isn't it? Sort of at the combat.
Yeah.
yeah, it does kind of feel like that. Yeah. All right, which side?
Right?
Where
Teleport.
What? Please don't tell me there's bots, or does the bots just fill in his blanks?
No, there are no bots. There are no bots. Let's go Asterai again. I really like the archers. Not gonna lie. This is a warm up, so you know everyone for themselves type of situation. And we are going to be attacking them. Oh, we're actually gonna go on offense now. And again, I can't emphasize this enough. It's of paramount importance to work together. To us, four stick together.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm right behind you. Again, this is a warm up, so don't pay too much attention to it.
I'll get you there. Downstairs.
I'm following you.
Yeah, it's funny.
I see
there,
Jim, I
that-
see Jim, I see Jim. Let's stick with Trix. If you can come to us, that would be sexy, just like you are. Let's go.
I just switch weapons. Okay.
I see Jim. I see Jim.
I see
Jim, I'm right next to you.
Right behind you. Oh, shit. Holy shit.
Oh!
Behind us. Back behind us. I'm dead.
I'm dead too. Oh, bloody
Thing up
horse
there.
action, mate.
Archery means shit.
Woohoo!
Remember what I told you. Trix. When you're first person, you need to aim higher.
Oh, some guy got me in a revenge kill there. Look, even though it's like warm up. Oh, I'm in Archer. Oh.
Shite. Oh my god. Yeah, the warm up is just fucking all bonkers. Like,
Oh, someone's I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Get off. Have I got a sword or anything? No, I've got an axe or something, haven't I? Hey ho. Hang on, thanks. Oh, I should have hit him. He was right next to me. Oh, you get off me. Oh dear me. Oh, I see the horses.
why
Oh,
is everyone
that's
so
okay.
fucking silent? You guys are
Oh,
crazy.
sorry, we're concentrating. Oh, I
Are
think
you
I'm
tryharding much, guys? Honestly, tryharding much?
we like to win, you know. Losing is so humiliating. I don't like this mapping. This is about Quidden Tower.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm having trouble.
I'm helping Jim. I'm playing, bro. Is Jim still on Discord or? He's still here.
Yeah, he's back on Discord now. He's back in the lobby. He's in here with us.
Running away. Run away from the horses. Where are you? The screams of the dying. It's just totally insane, aren't they?
Okay, we're starting in 30 seconds, guys. So let's get rid. Let's get rid.
Oh, here we go. Oh.
Again, please stick together. Otherwise, we can't do shit in this game. Okay, Trix, Jim.
What? Oh, I'm not firing arrows. My character's bugged. Server's crashed.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was shooting somebody and they weren't moving. I wasn't getting a hit marker. I'm like, yeah, it crashed.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
not responding.
Yeah.
Wow, we waited and not responded. Maybe they need to lower the player cap. Ping is high for everybody.
No, they just have some. Jim, what the fuck is going on with your Discord, dude? What are you doing?
Nothing. It's just the game that was the lag from the game. I think.
Bro, you changed your things. What did I tell you? Stop fucking with your overclocking and shit, breaking
I
things.
haven't changed anything. It's
You're lying.
It's not quite as bad as
Game
Sea of Thieves
changes.
on
What you need, Jim, is a better router, better modem. Don't ever use the one your ISP gives you.
I can't.
Why?
They force you to use their piece of trace.
No, that's bullcrap, bro. What you do is you put yours on, and then when they come over for any tech repair, you plug theirs in real quick.
It don't let you do anything different. I bought a new one and it didn't let me.
Sounds like they got you in a cup hold there, bro. That's not good. Let my ISP tell me not to use a more sophisticated, advanced router.
I can't buy the router.
That's messed up, bro.
Yep. And the only other company I have, I'm not going to go through them again because they're a joke.
Yeah.
CenturyLink is the other one, but it's a joke.
Well, it sounds like you may have to talk to them and see if they have like an upgrade router maybe for you. Sometimes they'll have one at the store. But it's still not worth paying the money, to be honest. You might as well just stick with what they give you.
Yeah, because this one here sucks.
Yeah, I never heard that before. That's new.
Yeah, that's kind of messed up. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, I mean, like,
See it?
most of the times you pay a router fee anyway through your ISP. If you use their equipment, they charge you a leasing fee or a rental fee, whatever. It's better just to get your own anyway. In the long run, within a year, you paid your router anyway.
Mhm, exactly.
One at Walmart and got a pretty good one, and I told them I wanted to hook it up, and they're like, "Oh, we don't do that. We don't let you use your own. You have to use."
Is your carrier a modem and router, or do they give you a 2-in-1?
It's separate.
Okay, so typically you can use their modem, but use your own router.
Yep.
Wait, quick thing. We're gonna do a team deathmatch.
Okay.
A what?
A team deathmatch. Mrr.
Okay.
Yeah, the games earlier weren't lagging. It was just that Oceania server. making it
Yeah.
difficult.
Well, what's the deal with that?
Oh, oh, Valandia?
Yeah, land. Yeah, let's go, dudes.
Oh, Arbalist.
Arbalist.
Oh
How
no.
do I scroll the player list?
Faster bolts.
What happened? You hold tab and you press middle mouse, so you can use your so you can activate your.
Oh, okay, I see it. Okay.
Okay, Vlandians. You. I see cat.
Oh,
I see
ping
cat.
is 115. This is better.
Yeah, this is European servers. Killed one.
Yeah, I killed one.
Wow, show up. Hey, stay together, everyone, stay together.
Wow. Wow.
Where are you?
Behind you,
Where are you?
behind you.
Oh, okay.
Why would they spawn me in a big open battle?
Oh! Did you see that shit?
He's coming after me, he's going.
Everyone, let's meet.
Sorry, he's just turn my sound down or something because I get rather excited over it.
Okay, so Kat, I'm right behind you.
Okay,
Oh,
okay.
God.
I got the pitchfork.
Let's meet.
Time.
Ow!
Oh, it's behind us, behind us, speed! Oh, God, another one. Oh. Sorry, I'm dead.
Okay, let's all try to meet up.
Where? I
Hiding
see
looks
Jim. I see Jim.
like a clown show.
Hiding's good, isn't it? You gotta be an archer up the top. High level.
Oh, I'm lagging, and this is FPS lag.
Really? Yeah, I'm dropping to a little bit.
Okay.
Campaign, I was getting 165, no problem. Now I'm getting 100. And
Wow, you could go suck a dick, like honestly, please shut up. I see Jim. I'm go. Everyone, meet at Jim. Jim, stay alive.
Got one. I got the guy on the horse. I've got a nice place if anybody's an archer. I've got a nice
well, make sure you hold your horses.
I'm with Jim. Holy shit. A lot of players here.
Where's that guy?
I am with Jim. I repeat. I'm with Jim.
I got a kill. Woo. We got another kill. Ooh. Got a headshot on it.
Jim, on your right, Jim. Shit. Jim? Where is Cat and Trix? I need
Yeah, where are you guys?
I'm up on a balcony.
Hold left out, dudes.
Yeah, you guys are far.
I'm with Jim here. Oh, I don't like this. Jim, let's move. I don't like this area.
Oh, I see Jim.
Let's jump through here, Jim. Oh yeah, Jim, this. Kill one. Where the fuck you guys at?
I'm
No, I
on the
didn't-
balcony above.
I really need help.
Oh, I see you. I see where you are. But yeah, I'm in a different area.
Nobody's here to actually help me. I hate you guys.
You're right.
Like honestly, I'm all alone and.
No, I like my balcony, thank you.
Wow, Cat, you're that kind
Wow.
of. Wow. You know what?
Oh, should have got him. Someone's gonna come up behind me. It's alright.
Kill one.
Oh, should have got him.
I'm scared. Oh my God. Jim and Trix.
Oh.
I see Trix. Wow, both Trix and Cat are like all the way up. They're fucking assholes. Like.
Yeah, man, I'm not going down there. You're crazy.
No,
Oh, you
no.
know what? You guys fucking. I'm coming to Cat. Fuck this shit. Fuck you guys. I was scared. I see.
All right, guys, let's hold it down. Let's get it. All right, we're gonna go archery this round. Just kind of do our thing here.
Delicious. Cat delicious.
I'm next to somebody called Big Cock. Excellent.
Wow. Wow. I'm not even filming that in naughty.
Oh. Calm down, soldier.
Fine.
All right, let's reload.
There's one.
Reload that already,
Oh,
guys.
get him.
Go, get it.
Oh, I saw that.
Oh. I've only got 4
I'm
bolts
dead.
left.
I got headshot with this.
Oh, I got somebody.
The woman cat has more kills than you.
Two bolts left.
Is this good? Fucking. Wow, Trixie actually has more kills than all of us.
Yeah, I bet he has.
Actually, I don't see Trixie now. Trixie, what are you gonna do?
I'm out of bolts now.
She
I'm
was zero with
slayed. I'm done.
And-
I'm gone.
Trix has 2 with 2. This is.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
oh, get off.
Can we please stick together? I'm begging you.
I tried it, but every time I looked, you guys spawn somewhere different.
Anywhere if we're on a balcony.
You know what? Fuck this shit. I'm changing modes because you guys are horrendous.
No,
Horrible human
you.
beings. You're horrible human. We're
Oh
going capture
no, this is with your bloody forces, isn't it? This
mode.
is
Yeah,
it.
this is gonna make you get cry.
Right, I'm going to be F1, F3, F4. Can I delegate command? Actually, can I do
No,
F6?
You can't. Dude,
Okay.
wow, Cat, you're kinda. Sturgans versus Sturgans. This is gonna be a bloodbath.
Which one is this one?
Captain. So you actually need. You're also gonna control army.
Oh,
shit.
okay, cool.
Oh, Sturgis
I'm
coming
gonna
after me.
I'm gonna go Varieg. I'm gonna go spear
Get on here,
and
bugger.
longsword. Spear and longsword.
I'm dead. I'm so dead. Right. Okay. So, where is everybody? Oh my god. Why am I not actually hitting anybody with my head? What is this? Where's our soldiers? Oh, here we
Captain,
go.
no, this
What's
is
happened?
warm up.
Oh, I was like, what the heck? I thought he like smacked me off the horse and I flew or something.
Okay, who's going what?
Blimey. Alright, I got my archer. I'm archer. Hunter.
Okay, I'm Varieg, so I have the shield. Who's
Yeah,
going
I have a
what?
I have a shield as well.
Berserker.
You're a berserker. And Trix, you're gonna be a what? A rider? You have
What sounds
6
good?
Seconds. You have 6 seconds, bro. Come on, choose something.
Okay, I'll go Raider.
Okay, listen up, you bitches. We're going C.
Okay, let's see. Where you guys at? You're next to me? Yeah.
Okay, you need to call your people to follow you. So F1 and F2. Remember your training in single player.
Oh yeah, that I remember. Okay, I see you guys. Yep, we are going left. I see you. Okay.
Yeah, we're going for C. Come on, this is gonna be fun. Okay, I see.
So this is like campaign, but we got little grunts.
Exactly. Oh shit.
Oh, here comes the army.
They have horses.
Yeah. Oh, they're all horses. Careful.
What's fire at will?
F4.
Close with them!
Let's go for C, boys, okay?
Okay. Okay.
Careful on their horses, they have lots of horses, okay? Trix, you're a horse. I need you to raid them, okay?
Gotcha. Going in C.
Who's troop am I behind? I'm behind a bunch of berserkers.
And we're bumping into each other.
Dude, we have lots incoming. I need help at C right now.
Yeah, we're coming. Come on. Can we injure our own troops?
Of course. I need help.
Formation! There you go.
Oh,
Gonna get you guys.
My archers. They're coming to my archers. Probably, yeah, like, yeah, it's because there's so many blooming cats.
Ah.
There are some archers. Something. Ooh.
This lucky guy has no idea what he's doing.
I'm watching.
What happened? We lost? We just sit here and wait, or what?
Yeah, right now you lost all your troops, so you can't respawn.
Okay, so is the game over, or are we just spectating?
We're just spectating, it's not over. We still have flag left. Give me just a
Oh.
second.
Yeah, so he's surviving on his horses, isn't he? His horse crew. Right, okay, so he's at... Avoiding.
Okay,
Oh,
here's the thing. Fix it. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, here's the thing. Like, your unit survival is of paramount importance. So, don't go, guns blazing and shit. Be tactical about, dance with the enemy and have each other's backs. Like, I was surrounded by 3 armies. I still not had no chance.
Okay.
Wow, I literally had no. I have one with.
Well,
And also, the friendly fire is enabled, so don't do these tricks.
okay, so we just keep spectating?
Yeah, until the match is over, mate. You have a chance of winning this. That's that. You can die.
He's...
We just lost this round.
That's good. Thank God for window borderless, like a multitask. Oh, now the round's over. Okay.
Okay, we need a better tactic. I'm waiting for suggestions. I'm gonna go horses with tricks. Druzny.
Okay.
Looks better.
Oh,
Oh, what the
You
heck?
and me are on skirmish duty. Can you stay with me? Don't tell your people to charge, just tell them to follow. We're gonna make drive-by.
Okay.
On my
what flag are we going for?
Go for B. Me and Trix are gonna raid at C.
Okay.
Oh, we're the cool guys. I like these guys with the fur. Look like the villains. These are our guys? Wait, what the? Are we the same people?
Yeah, it's the same.
Yeah, because
Aw.
it's all matches.
Oh
and
shit.
everything.
Trix, I fucked up. I'm gonna die.
Yeah, me too,
I'm
man.
going B, I'm going B, I'm going B, I'm going B.
I'm dead. But I can respawn as one of my people. I have 5 units left, Trix. What about you?
Where do I see my units?
Bottom right.
I got 22. Or wait, no, 6.
Okay. We need to move. We need to be moving. We need to keep moving, Trix, okay? Don't stand still. Don't get...
There are...
I just
Yeah.
fucked my own people. Oh shit. You need to be careful with those crossfires.
Okay, we're on B, we're on B, waiting for B, and we're...
Wow.
Wow. That was very
They've got C... down by the castle.
Trix, go right, go right. Pull out, Trix, pull out.
Right, they're coming for us, they're coming for us. What's fire at will?
I see you, Trix. On me, you see me. On me.
Yeah.
On me.
Yeah, they're not chasing us. We're good.
Okay, we're pulling out.
Oh, now they are.
Oh, they are. Okay, just run. Just keep running, Trix. Just keep running, bro. You have one behind you. Shit, you did.
We can do a bit better support on
LB. Okay,
Where
we're
am I?
coming.
Yeah,
Me and Trix are coming.
there's archers on the hill.
Okay, Trix, you see the archers. I'm gonna charge at the left flank, charge at the right flank, okay?
Oh, in fact, there's only a few of them left, so... Oh, I'm dead. Oh, damn it, I'm dead.
Shit, I fucked up. I need some help, I need some assistance.
Oh, wow.
Oh, where am I now?
Yeah, I left the arena too.
Trying to get his... Oh, the bloody berserkers are here. Oi, he's dead.
Oh, we are getting obliterated. Oh my
Wow.
god. So that land is really bad.
Loaded axes, quite.
Wow, I love how the whole enemy team got the best ping.
Oh, okay, we can change. Don't worry. Next game we're gonna have. Okay, don't worry. Well, this honestly, this is not about things. It's just about that they had better and better like collaboration and shit. And from my point of view, I don't want to be a dick. Cat archers have no place in here
Okay.
because you literally got obliterated like that. No, your archers did good. I don't know. Me and Trix suck big time. Okay, everyone, just press escape and click on the quit button.
Thank goodness. Yeah, I hate waiting, bro.
No, we lost it. We would have lost this. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. We need to. We suck at tactics. We're gonna go skirmish.
Well, not that mode. All right. So what's the other one?
Skirmish. No 6v6, but no armies. Just us, and it's a bit easier for us to like work together.
Yeah, that's too hard.
That captain is too hard. It's for players who actually know how to play. Not
Right.
Yeah. Controlling an army is just.
Yeah, it's hard. You have to control your army. You have to pay attention to your like own character. You have to attack with your own character. You have to attack with your army. It's just too much work.
You have to know what the keys are, don't you? And it's difficult
Yeah, we
to
don't know
go to
the
the
keys.
menu and to look through, isn't it?
Yeah, it's complicated. Yeah.
Especially
So this is just a 6v6, right?
figure out what do I want
Yeah,
to
this is
do?
just a 6v6. So I'm looking at this. I would say let's go Khan's Guard, Glaive, and Strong Arrows. No, Glaive and Glaive and Strong Arrows. The Glaive is a good melee weapon, and the Bowman is a Bowman. Okay. And they are Vlandians. They have good cavalry and good crossbowmen. The thing with their crossbowmen, once they miss, you can get the upper hand. So let them miss
Ooh.
first. Also, when you're fighting close combat, let them attack first. Let them open themselves up, okay? Parry, they're gonna go for it.
Wow.
Wow. Who shot me? What the hell? Oh, behind you, whoever that is. There, behind you.
Yeah. Ooh, stop. What I was saying, look at that crossbowman. He's gonna shoot. And,
Oh, why did they start us like right there? What was
no,
that?
this is a warm-up phase. Trix, this is just.
Oh, I was about to say, bro. If this was a serious match, I was not right.
Now it's the real deal. And stick together, okay? That's all I can say. Let's stick together, have each other's backs. Trix and Jim, 3rd and 4th position. Myself and Cat. Let's make a square actually. Me and Cat in front, Jim and Trix in the back. Do you guys agree?
Yeah, that's fine. You guys going melee or what?
I'm going Khan's Guard. I'm going arrows, and I'm switching to the glaive when needed.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna go for C. Let's form the position. Let's form our ranks here. Okay, so me and Cat in front, Trix and Jim in the back. Okay, let's see if we can actually keep a formation. Ignore the others. Like Gino, ignore the others. We are 4 out of 6 pre-made. Let's go on the left side.
All right, Cat. We need your amazing skills right now.
Exactly. And Trix and Jim, we need you to watch our asses. Call it.
I'm
if
watching.
We have incoming. Call it if we have incoming. Okay.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, I think
No, it's one of ours. It's one of ours. It's one
No,
of
no,
ours.
one behind the wall.
Oh,
Look. Okay, hold.
Ooh.
Aim at his right side. Aim at his right side. Yep. Hit him on the right. Aim at the feet. They don't know how to block correctly. Moving on C. Form the position, okay? They have a crossbowman at B.
Yep.
coming in from the
By
right.
the doorway. But watch the right.
Side coming, okay.
Oh, he's down. There's another one to the right. Oh, wait, here he goes.
Okay, I need someone watching left side. I'm watching left side. You guys focus on the right, okay? I'm calling if there's something coming to us. Well done.
I hear a horse. I hear a horse.
Jim and Trix, I need you on point. We have incoming from the front.
Oh, from the back.
From behind.
Oh shit, Jim, I just shot Jim. Sorry. Well done. Shout, watch out, behind you. Got him. I got him. I saved your ass, Jim. Everyone, stay on point.
Cat, I got your back.
Up there.
Get his attention.
Come on, up on.
Got him, Cat. He's down.
Got him? Really nice. I
Shot him right in the butt cheeks. I'm very good at shooting those. We got one straight ahead, guys. Archer.
We need to capture B.
Up top.
Let's move.
I'll shot the top.
Yeah. On me, everyone. On me.
Okay.
Wait for Jim.
Shit.
Shit. Yeah, I see that. Wait for Jim. On us, Jimski.
Oh!
One up top.
Someone shoot him. Oh, he's got me.
No,
Okay.
Cat. Hey, fall back. I need people falling back. Fall back,
I'm
Trix.
back. I'm coming. Oh, I spawned back as a... Oh, I've got a sword and a shield there. I'm a little...
Got him. Oh, he's...
Archer on the right. Holy shit, so I'm falling back towards you. I have 6 hearts left.
I'm coming. I've only got a sword
Archer on
and
the
shield.
right.
I didn't want to team kill you. I had to hold my fire.
Oh shit, dude, I'm so sorry. I'm okay, I see Cat. Okay, I see. Let's move on B.
Okay, I'm following you.
I have
Should
2
I be
hours
standing in
left.
front?
This is bad. Yeah. You actually. Oh, give me. Let
But
me get these
you've
arrows.
been a glaive, haven't you? You've got a glaive. That's...
Yeah,
and there's
go on,
arrows in
okay.
the wall. Arrows in the wall here. Look.
Okay, thank you, love. Okay, lead the way, Kat. Lead the way. You have the shield. I have 4 hours. Lead the way. On the left side. Left.
Yeah. We've got to go around the corner and we have steps.
Behind you guys.
Okay, I see Trix. Wait, Kat. Wait. Trix, we need to move.
Hold on, there's one behind the wall. Did the server crash? Oh, it didn't.
No?
No,
We need to move on B, we need to move on B.
Archer. There's an
Archers.
archer in the thingy.
Oh, they have lots of B. They have lots on B.
Yeah.
Hit him
there's
once.
somebody.
Watch behind us.
2 archers,
I'm out-
2
I'm out of-
crossbows.
By the tree. Oh,
Crossbows.
behind you.
I'm
Kill one.
gonna get this guy here.
Shit. I'm dead. Ah!
I'm gonna die soon.
They're good. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god. Oh, am I the only one allowed this?
No, you got this, bro. It's all up to you, bro.
Come on. You can do this.
This is reporting live from Mountain Blade Studios.
Let's go. We did good. We did better than the last game. You gotta
yeah.
admit. Because we actually managed to play together.
Area.
Oh my god. Is this
Okay.
like a
Right.
3-1?
Yeah. It's gonna be like 5v1 the other. Yeah. Ooh, right.
I don't know what to do, dude. I don't know what to do. Like,
Go for the crossbowman first. Because he's less well. But then the guy's gonna gank you from behind. While you do that, he's gonna stab you with a spear. Yeah, okay.
I couldn't do
A
shit.
valiant
I'm
effort.
sorry, dude. No, but we need to stick together, and we also need to be more compact so we like protect each other. This was good. I actually enjoyed it. Well done. You guys are good.
I think I'm gonna do extra arrows this time because
Yeah,
I'm going
arrows.
strong arrows. I'm gonna pick arrows from walls and shit. If you know what I mean. Hey, I have an idea. Me and Kat will aim towards one side, and you guys aim towards the other side when it comes to fighting, so we don't cross friendly fire each other. Okay?
Yeah, very true.
I was shooting at that guy. And
Yeah. So
South of me.
whenever we get in combat, myself and Kat were gonna shoot towards the left side of the field, and you guys towards the right side. Agreed? So me and Kat are taking care of the left.
Okay.
No matter the situations. If you guys need help, of course, scream.
Oh.
We're actually doing good, dudes. Shot him once.
Oh, miss it.
Slowly move on the left. Cat, you and me.
Yeah.
I got hit.
Where is he?
What the heck?
I need help.
Yeah. I'm behind you. Look. Oh, sorry, but I shot you. Oh!
Cat, you fucked me up. Sorry, but you really did.
Oh, what happened to you two?
Yeah,
Jim, pull back, pull back.
Yeah, I'm coming towards Jim and Jim is coming to you. Run, I got you covered. I'm right behind you. Fall back. Okay, I'm here.
Let's go. You're here, and I'm there.
They're behind the
Hit him
wall.
once.
Yeah, I've hit him once.
So horse to the left.
Horse on the right. Oh, on the left, my bad. Yeah, horse.
Oh, he hit me.
I did call it, Cat. Pay attention. No, Cat, you're way too pushy.
Headshot.
Shite.
Oh. Shield man coming through.
Go, shoot.
Got him. He's down.
I'm almost there.
Got another headshot. Okay.
Ow.
We need to capture it.
Horsey.
I'm out of the game. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. I'm dead too. I got shot by now.
The horse guy, he's down.
Team behind you. Okay, you guys need to move on A. We are gonna lose by losing the point. Oh my god.
Jim
That was a nice double kill.
Did we trade kills? Nope, we didn't. I thought I killed him too.
No,
What
Trix
was
is
that?
doing a good job on this. I mean, well done.
Yeah, 4 kills.
Yeah.
None of that other shenanigans.
Instead of going for the point,
Where was it? Oh god, only me and RR?
Yeah, you and RR. And RR's just about
Trix, we need
five
A.
less
We
easy.
need A. Trix, we need A. Otherwise, we'll lose.
Where's he going? Oh my lord.
Oh god.
Oh,
Trix,
he's
you
gone.
need to
His horse is dead. Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't focus on points. We need to focus on points more, guys. Agreed?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
tried.
Just trying to get kills.
Yeah, this is not about kills. This is about the points.
Hey, is your Discord okay, Jim?
There have been a lot of lag, but now it's not lagging.
Check here. When you click voice connected, make sure you're not getting no packet loss. If you're getting packet loss, there's something on your end.
We're going for B. This time. B.
Okay, let's go. Let's go, Radar. Come on.
Come
on. I'm watching the cheeks. Let's go.
Okay. I feel safe when I have you behind me.
Also, was because we're that Oceana server.
That's got your left cheek. I got your right cheek.
Cheers, thank you.
Oh lord.
We're going up top. Oh yeah, let's get up. Oh no. Oh, we get up top. All right. Oh, what's behind us? Enemy.
Horse.
Take the horse down.
Horse. Oh wait.
He can't do shit.
Got him. Horse down. Another one up top.
We need to go. Behind us. We have. Oh shit, dudes.
Where are we going? Are we staying here or what are we doing?
Yeah, we're staying here behind. What the heck, dudes?
Yeah, behind us.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna hide in this little tiny hole place.
Ooh.
I'm trying.
Oh, the horse guy got me. Oh, my teammate just saved my life.
I got him.
Oh.
Oh, I failed you, bro.
Oh my god, the melee man. So lucky.
Dang it, I'm sorry. Okay, everyone, go down to B. Okay? Let's meet at B.
Woo! They've cornered me. I'm bloody done. I'm done for.
I love Cat's reactions. That is like the best thing in the game. Killing Cat's reactions. Okay, where is everyone?
I'm
Coming towards B.
Everyone meet at B. I see Cat.
That's
Behind
B's
you, Radar.
up top, isn't it?
No, B
Those
is
at the bottom.
B's downstairs.
Oh. Okay.
Radar up top.
I'm down.
I'm being chased.
Oh, I got a kill and he killed me too. Or no?
Oh, that was.
Yeah, we killed each other.
Yeah, that was an actual change. I need help at
Oh no, because I'm gonna get walloped down at the bottom. Where is he?
B. B
Oh,
is downstairs now.
Yeah, I'm dead now. So he got ambushed down the bottom. That was useless.
Oh, No, seriously, no one. I'm the only one left alive. Rajat, I'm dead.
No, rule taker is still alive.
These guys go for the kills instead of going for the bloody points.
Yeah, I mean they're hunting everybody down, but then they can go for the points afterwards, can't they? See, kills
No, that's
first
the
point
thing.
afterwards. Oh, yeah.
No, that's the thing. They don't look at the points. They're not getting. You win by either capturing the point and holding it, or by team elimination. And we've seen that team elimination doesn't work for us. That was lucky. That was lucky. So bad. So bad.
This get out there. His horse is gonna die.
And right now, he's just trying to kill them while literally they're taking over the point. They're just taking the point.
He's dead. Oh wow.
He's done for. He's
Oh,
done.
he's holding it down though. Wow, wow. Oh, he got black bot.
Oh, he survived for a while. Survived for a while.
No, we need people to learn how to go for the right things, dude. That's the problem here. That's what we're referring to there.
Oh, that he's second life. Wow, we're dead. Just die already, please.
Oh, he's back
Oh,
on.
he's second
right.
life. Yeah.
Well, we
he's-
might have to split into
Yeah.
groups of 2, so that way we're not, you know, like right now, like when all players can focus a section, it makes it more easier on our part.
Okay, so what's your strategy? How do you want to try on this? Go two and
Well, there's 6 of us, so you think how many objectives are there? 3, right?
3, yeah.
Technically 2, 2, 2, but we don't know what the other 2 are gonna do. So I would say let's just try a 2, 2. Let's just, you know, we split up
Okay,
to 2 different
so,
things.
Yeah, me and you and Jim and Kat, for example, or how?
I don't care. Whatever you guys want to do. I'm good. Sharing is caring. You guys can share me. No matter.
No, about that. Love you. No, okay, yeah, me. Let's try. No, let's actually try me and me and Trix and Kat and Jim.
Yeah, we'll rotate. We'll do that so that way it's fair for everybody.
Yeah, we'll rotate. First round this, the second round me and Kat, the third round me and Jim.
So when it says total player searching, that means there's 50.
Sorry, Jim.
These are real time.
I know.
No, that shit is broken as fuck because if you check the
We'll work on
statistics on
it first.
Steam, you see that there are like
We'll do our best.
Steam peak players. Let me
Okay,
check.
you need to stop doubting your true ethical skills.
Yeah, no, Cat
Right.
is a beast.
I don't
Right.
know.
Not a beast,
so-
a savage.
Okay, basically, right now on Mountain Blade there are 58,000 players.
Okay.
Mountain Blade is in top 10 on Steam right now as played games, and it peaked at 101k today. Just so you guys know. Okay, so me and Trix.
Oh,
Alright,
study.
Let's
So
both
guys,
like I think one of us should go melee, one go range, you know, or vice versa. It doesn't matter. Which one do you want to do, Adar?
what are you comfortable, Trix?
I'll do arrows because I'm pretty good at shooting.
Okay, I'm Variag then.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I was thinking.
So Cat is gonna
Oh.
go arrows. This is a warm-up phase, so.
Oh.
I think we'll do throwing axis. Or no? Yeah, throwing axis.
I see Jim. This is warm-up, just so you guys know.
Oh gosh, I can hear lots of shouting outside already. Oh lord. Oh
Here we go.
no, already?
Bro, we have a clan in our team. We have a clan, the Hawk clan. This is cool. So they're actually pre-made. That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, I'm going Variag. Trix, you're going Hunter, right?
What are you, Jim?
There, Yag.
And we're going C.
Okay.
Trix.
Right, where are we gonna go, Jim? The one with one with the best cover. A?
There, I'm on your 6.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I've lost Jim.
Right, so we're going for
Lost
C
Jim.
then.
Where do you want to go, Jim?
You go for B, guys.
Oh, we're going for B. We're going for B, Ace.
I would say A.
A.
Because we got
let's
2
go
at B
A.
already.
Let's go for A.
Yeah.
Come on, Jim. Let's go for A.
Kinda just to kind of keep the enemy on their toes, you know.
Yeah, this might be good. Trix, stay near this.
They're on 8. They're on 8. They're on 8. There's somebody on 8.
That's
Alright.
fine.
Too high.
You're in the open. I don't like this, Trix.
No, I don't either.
You need to take cover, bro.
I know,
Take
but
cover.
don't you capture faster with both or no?
I think so. I don't know, but you know.
It doesn't matter. It looks like you got it anyway. I'll hide behind a tree so they don't know I'm here.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Hold on. Can I get high ground?
Okay, let's go. Let's go to A, but we're backdooring them at A.
Okay.
Yeah, they've got 2 on 8.
Yeah, we got
Oh.
you. We got you covered. We got you covered.
Ooh.
3.
Oh, I got throwing axe.
Ooh, they're enemy. They're
Oh,
getting
it's
taken
good.
down.
It's got me. Got me. Alright, I'm coming back to A.
Yep, right. It sounds like they're on our right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's fight.
Yep,
him.
yep. They are. They're right there.
Let's help this guy. Let's help this guy out.
Die, you pig!
That one.
Well done. Oh, bloody archers get me. Oh, I hit one of our players. I can't. It's so difficult being an archer when you can't.
I know. Well done. Go for A. We need to capture A. I'm almost dead, but God, well done.
Right, I'm on A. I'm on A now, but I'm not going to survive.
No, we're coming. We're coming. We're here.
Yeah, they got. I think they got C or wait,
Okay,
what?
B. So we need to go for B now.
Okay. Yeah, we need to go for B.
Where's B?
They have a horse. They have a horse. Spears out. Their horse is almost down. Right, we're sticking together here. We're sticking together. Cat and Trix go up there where Trix is right now.
Yeah.
Oh, ow.
Oh,
shit,
God,
yeah,
I hit the same bloody guy again. Oh my God, he's gonna hate me.
Okay, I'm coming back. I got killed now.
Watch out, Trix.
Hit the horse, but
We won.
oh, we won.
Yay! See?
Go, dude. That's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about.
We did it. Maybe we had the enemy on their feet.
Throw the next guy.
Okay, read what I actually wrote in chat. Me and Trix, C, Cat, and Jim B.
Okay, okay, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
No, we did go. We played well together, dude. And listen,
Hey.
Jim, our job is to literally protect our archers. So protect Cat. I'm gonna protect Trix.
Okay,
Where's
yeah, I have my shuttle cooker.
Jim, where
Jim,
we
you're
gone?
going the wrong way, mate. Jim, go with Cat, not with me.
Okay.
Wow.
It's so
I'm
hard to
sorry,
tell the
Jim.
people's names. I wish they had like bugs.
Yeah, you can change the key, but if you want, like I probably set it to your extra mouse button. I think that's what I'm gonna do.
They're on B. They're on B. They're on B. They're on B.
Yeah, me and
they're
Trix
on
are
B.
gonna quickly take C. Trix, I need you to snipe at.
Yep. I see them.
Oh, they've got an archer as well. Oh, axe
Yeah.
guy got me. Woo! No, he sliced me. He sliced me. I'm coming back. I'm coming back.
Stay alive. Just stay alive, okay? Don't over push. That's the thing. Don't over push. Wait for the points. Okay, C's ours. Let's go, Trix. We're going for
Wow.
get in the building, Trix.
Watch it. There was 2 that way at our last I checked.
Oh, he's gonna take me out. Ah, he tied me
Ah,
shut.
shit.
I'm dead. I'm dead.
Okay, they're
sorry.
gonna be in that building over there.
Yes, I got it.
I'm back again. Oh, he spawned
I'm
again.
going B.
What's
I'm
that?
going B. Horse.
Horse coming.
Horse.
Oh, I'm dead now. Definitely.
I see. Holy shit, dude. The horse one.
They hit on
I can
him.
protect you from the horse. I can protect you from the horse, Trix.
Okay.
I must have a sword somewhere.
Kill
Nice
them.
one there.
Cheers, man. Thank you so much, bro.
Watch the archer on top.
They're capturing C. They're capturing C. Move back to C. Move back to C. Okay, where's Trix? We need to see. We need C. Trix. C.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I'm gonna push this dude.
They have an archer. Okay, go for A. Stay for A. Protect A. We got this, dudes. We fucking got this. I see Trix. I see Trix. I see Cat. That's one Cat. I'm gonna help this Alex guy.
Yeah, they've got an archer hiding behind the wall, haven't they?
Oh no.
Find your cat.
10 minutes. 1 minute.
Got him.
I'm dead. This guy wiped the shit out with us. I'm going back again. I'm coming back. No, we're capturing these by points. No, we're not. We're actually losing. We're actually losing. Tricks behind you. Tricks behind you.
Ugh.
Did you kill somebody?
I got him though.
Ouch.
Oh, paradise, bloody axe. Oh, nice.
Painful, guys. Painful. All right, what's the plan? Where's? Oh gosh, where's
You're
everybody?
alone. You're alone. The plan is go for A.
The
Snipe
plan is
all
just
of them.
hide.
You can't fight all the other 1v4 tricks. Are you sure you can do this? Go for A or we're gonna lose by points.
High ground.
No. Listen, A is not
A.
ours. We're gonna literally run out of time.
Yeah, so get an A and survive. 3 minutes.
Mhm.
Sneaky sneak. Oh, see. Yeah, they're there. They got there first.
So close to. Oh!
Wow.
Trixie has a big axe.
He's got a big axe. Oh my god, there's 2 of them! Oh my god! Nicely done.
So close.
Oh dear me.
That was cool, bro. Yo, you have another life! We lost by points. Dang it.
I tried.
No, you did good. You did really good, bro.
Oh
Same
dear.
tactics? Do you guys agree? We did good, but we...
Yeah,
just
yeah,
lucky.
not too bad. I just died. Yeah, I went too close. I need to.
Jim, I really
Right.
need you to play a bit more.
All right, guys, here we go. Here we go. Let's go. Go.
Yeah.
Go. Go. Go.
He tries, so I run off.
Cam, you're supposed to protect the lady. What's going on, bro?
Yeah, I had my shield up the whole time too. I was taking all the blood of the attack too.
He was.
Mm.
Yeah. Right. I'm
Okay.
gonna stick behind you, Jim. Where are you?
Okay, Trixie, you're going C
I
again.
see him.
Okay.
Right. Where are we going? Right.
You
Lead the way,
guys go
Jim. Lead the way,
wherever
Jim.
the heck you want.
A looks unoccupied. Unless you guys want to go forward with them, it's up to you. Whatever you guys want to do.
Where are we gonna go? I'm right behind you. Don't worry.
I see you, Trixie. I'm gonna scout the
Middle one. Okay.
At least here's-
I hear a horse.
Yeah, I hear a
Yeah.
horse.
Yeah. Look, horse! Look out!
Oh,
Get behind me, Trix. I'm gonna
Hit him.
protect you with my shield.
Right. I hit him, but he's gonna come back round, isn't he?
Capture quicker too with all of us here. Yeah.
Mhm.
That's catch. As long as we get points.
Yeah, that's why we lost by points, not by.
ow, 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 ow.
Oh,
I
sorry,
see.
I got him.
Oh, got him. Oh.
Oh, I got him, I got him, I got him, I got him, got him. I got one, I got one, I got one. I actually
That's
got
how you
one.
do it, bro. That's how you.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's go.
All right, let's go.
Extra by the wall.
Okay. Trixie, you will fucking help.
He must be almost dead. Oh, and I've been shot. Somebody come and help me on bloody
B,
B or
I'm
whatever it
on.
is.
I'm on it. Behind you.
Oh! I see you.
And you-
Wait for me. Wait for me. Wait for me.
You want to let me use arrows on the horse?
No, I don't think I can.
Oh no.
Oh, I got him. I got him. I got him.
Oh, come on. Where's the backup? Where's the backup?
We're here. We're at B. We're at B. We're at B. I'm gonna hide around the corner because arrows.
Hi.
Oh,
I see Trix over there. Trix are coming for you, bro.
Oh, lucky man.
Wait,
I
what?
blocked the left. How did he get me?
Oh, Archer somewhere.
Yeah, I see him.
Oh,
I see him.
I got a headshot. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Ah.
Use. Get ready.
here we go. Come here.
I see Trix. Trix, get behind me. Just get behind me.
Yeah, he's hiding in the shadows, like just behind the wall. Go on, get him.
I got you. I got you covered. I got you covered. I got you. Get behind me. Get behind me. Use me as your shield. Like, horse. I'm dead. I didn't see it. Why didn't no one called the horse? Come on.
I see it, but I got the. Oh, I got shot there. What? Where the heck's the art?
Oh, get that guy!
Oh,
Ooh, get that Aussie guy.
we need to see. We need to see, dudes.
Oh. Yeah, get your axe out. Oh, block. Ooh. Oh, nice stab at the spear. That fork's doing well.
Crazy, right? Right?
These guys can get us the. Yeah, spears against horses, definitely, guys.
Mm.
And
Oh,
even
they
though
are.
it's like a melee, one sword, one spear, so you don't hit each other by accident. Oh, but we did decent. We did decent. Come on, guys. We did decent.
We look pretty bad compared to other people that clan though. 18 kills, we got like 10 throwers.
Okay.
I know. I don't bother to look.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Oh, they're going for the draw. Oh, they're going for. Nah, we're gonna win. We're on the point. Left, your left, to your left, to your left.
Oh,
No,
nice
the
shield
shield
bash. Nice shield bash.
nice.
Yes.
Okay, we need to learn from these guys. Yeah, we
Yeah.
definitely need to learn from these guys. Yeah, we just.
You know, a horse and a thingy.
Watch and learn, guys. Watch and learn, right? Watch and learn.
He needs to watch behind him.
Oh, the horse is doing laps around. Oh, double the
Wait.
shield.
Oh, 2 shield. Nice.
That's over.
It's like a turtle. What a
Yeah,
good
he's
idea.
a turtle formation. Let's go.
Yeah, let's do it. They're not coming back, or?
Look at that change of direction. Jesus, this guy's good.
Uh-huh.
The Hawk clan.
Oh, always got off of his horse. Oh, he got off his horse for a minute. Cross together. Oh.
Dude, do you see how they're doing it? Like, Jesus
Yes.
Christ. I'm so
Yeah.
jelly. Why can't we play like this?
Tear your limbs!
Oh. Got it. Got him.
Dude,
Got
wait,
him.
how do we learn to play like this?
Hey, right.
Oh, God.
Right.
One guy knocks him down with the horse, the other guy kills him.
Yeah, I know, right?
That's good tactic.
That is definitely a good tactic.
I see that
We
already.
got this, right? We got this, right, guys? Right?
Yeah.
Hopefully.
trying.
Hopefully.
Let's do it.
Switch. I'm gonna
Alright,
try
let's give it a
this.
follow.
But the same guy, but javelins.
Mm-hmm.
Throwing axes are good, but I'm gonna try javelins.
Right.
Okay,
Right,
Trix,
where's-
same tactic. We go for C and die.
Alright, let's go. See you die.
Right, Jim.
Let's
Right,
go.
lead on. We do what we did last time and go with these guys, shall we?
Yeah.
Wow, Trix, wow. Horse.
2 of our men are after the horse guy. Where's the horse at?
Right, okay, so they're not on. I see our.
What happened?
Oh, Jesus, I got
Oh.
whacked by a horse from behind.
Where's the horse?
The horse is incoming at the same time.
Yeah, from both directions.
Wow.
Double horses.
Right, I'm hiding in the bloody building.
Watch out!
Oh.
I'm so sorry, bro. I wanted to fucking help you. I apologize.
Oh, I missed.
Your death is on me.
I want to go up into that hut there somewhere. Oh, they're doing it again. I got knocked over, but I'm still alive. Where is
Fuck.
he?
You know, do that tactic where one comes in, the other comes
Watch
in.
out, Trix, watch out! I got you covered. This time, I'm gonna die before you.
Wow. Oops. Took one shot too fast.
What the fuck? How did you die?
Shot across the map.
I'm dead.
Oh, someone's coming after
I
me.
have
Someone's coming after me.
failed
I'm
you
dead.
big time.
Right.
Oh my god,
Oh.
Trix. I'm sorry, bro.
Oh, I got lost one.
I'm glad at this game. Oh,
Right, I see Jim. I see Jim. I see Jim.
Jim.
One of their horses
Okay,
is
you-
really, really.
They have on the archer. They have this side. Behind you. Not yet. Not there.
Yeah.
Okay. Shields, let's close on this fucker. Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
Oh, I hit him. The archer's wounded pretty bad.
Oh, horse
Guys,
coming in.
we're
Horse coming in
not-
from the right. Horse coming in from the right. Oh, yeah, Aerodad. Sorry,
Hold on,
Aerodad.
hold
That
on.
was me.
He's not there. He's not there. Trix.
Oh, he's in here.
Killed that guy. Archer's down there.
B. We need B.
Oh, I'm dead.
We need B. Jim, B.
Oh,
Oh, 100.
no.
Oh.
I think a stamina system would definitely suffice for sure.
Yeah. Wouldn't
I don't
have
know.
that constant spam. That's what I said about the first game is that they needed like a stamina system.
Yeah, and same for archers though. It's like the longer you hold, the more you should start like using focus. I
Shaking
don't
or
know.
something like that.
Yeah.
No, the
Oh.
archers, your hand shakes if you hold for too long.
Yes. All right, Jim. I'm right behind you
Okay.
again.
These horses are annoying. Oh, the horse got
Yeah. Yeah, they are annoying.
For me, Trix. You know what? All four of us will go together. Fuck this shit.
Horse behind you. Oh.
Oh. Turned around too late.
I need you guys on point. On the picture up here now.
Oh, I'm going in the shed up there. Somebody's sniping me.
I need on point. I need help on point.
Why am I
Well, we're
not-
capturing A and B already, so
Oh,
we
he got
C,
me.
We got C.
Oh, I get spawned again.
Watch out! Archer in the building.
Yeah, he's in the building. He's quite low health because we sort of traded arrows.
Kill the horse.
I broke up from you guys. I'm gonna fuck this up. I'm so sorry. This is such a no go for me.
Die, you bastard!
I'm going for A. I'm going cat. I see you. Archer at A. One archer at A and berserker coming for you, cat.
Okay.
I had a little kill over there.
I'm going up here, I think.
The horse got out of the Woohoo.
Oh, I'm. He's gonna get me. That was appalling.
I see Trix.
I see Tricks with like a minuscule amount of health. Stay
Oh
alive,
shit,
Trix.
Trix, stay alive, bro.
You could be breathe. You can breathe out of these.
wow.
Headbutt that horse.
Oh, God. We need B.
Oh, they're flipping horses. His shield's gone. Oh my god. Dodge around the pole. There he comes. Oh, he's getting horses.
Come on, bitch. Come on, bitch.
Next one.
Well done. Well fucking nice. Well done. Kintashes. Come on, guys. Sing with me. Kintashes. Da da da. And I have a shield.
Oh yeah, you have a shield. Excellent.
Da da da.
Pick up another shield.
Yeah,
Stick
we
it on your
just won.
back.
We just won. Let's go, boys.
Yeah.
We just won the game.
We just killed the boys.
Feel free to report CZR first. Oh.
Yeah. He was really toxic. Racist.
Oh yeah.
He was bad.
Yeah. I
Oh,
didn't
shit.
kill him. One more. No, one more. There's one more. Giant bee. Ooh.
Only see 4 people outside. So who's the guy?
Oh, he left already.
Oh, he left already. Wow. Wow. So he didn't want to get reported. That's cool. Good.
Dudes, our first win. Can you believe this, kids? Our first win. Come on, we're just starting. Everything else is just warm up, right? Right?
I'm gonna have to stop now because I've got.
No,
to
you're
go.
not. Shut up. You're
I
gonna
can't-
shut up. You're gonna shut up, and you're gonna play. Am I clear about it? Shut up. Shut up. Cat.
Post.
Just. No. Cat.
Oh.
Cat. Yeah, definitely breaking into 2 teams. I agree. It's better because we can cap the points a lot easier and a lot faster.
Yeah.
Instead of going as a Zerg clan.
Yeah.
This time I'm going with Cat.
Oh lord. All right.
Ready, Jim?
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
That's a compliment. Oh. All right, Jim. What do you want to do?
I like my strategy. Depends on who we got.
Oh,
Are you going melee or range? That's all I want to know.
Probably melee.
Okay, I got your back.
Oh.
Cat, what are you going, Chris?
Why am I so? I put my Nvidia thing back up. I can't hit the bloody side of a barn. Oh, I killed his horse. Nice.
Oh, what? What is this, warm up or the real deal? Oh, skirmish. Okay.
This is warm up. This is warm up, and he's about to slash me for killing his horse.
Okay.
Oh, I'm dead.
Does this game got ray tracing? Like, what the heck? That sunlight.
Should have got my glaive out, shouldn't I? Should've walloped him
Yeah.
with my glaive.
Hey, you should have got your glaze out. Glaze sound good.
What?
I'm going Spear Inventory, Cat.
Okay.
Yeah, there ain't too many shield guys in this one, is there?
Yeah, it's with this clan, I'm not sure.
There's 2 archers and 3 horsemen and 2 shield guys.
Okay. I see her enough.
Okay, Cat, we're going for B. Let's go through here.
Okay, I'll just lead away and I'll try and survive.
Yes. I'm gonna lead away, die, and then rage at you because you're useless.
Yes. Sounds about
Jump.
right.
All right, Jim, let's go. A and B or A and C's captured.
We are going for B.
We're gonna have to.
Right, now okay, so I feel like archers need to be in the shadows.
Jim, you're going to front.
somewhere, Not...
Right side,
not-
Cat. Holy shit, fall back. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. We need help at B.
I can't. There's no way I can get out of here because I'm being bloody... Oh, I'm dead.
I'm dead.
Swordy shielding.
This one guy again?
Oh, it's one of us. Oh dear. Oh, sorry, Trix. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say that team kill though. Holy crap!
I'm sorry.
Die, you bastard!
Oh, he got me. Oh dear.
Good one. I see Jim. Back at A. Go back. I see you have. We have a horse incoming.
Oh, A's quite a good place to defend because you've got those like the stones.
I didn't see this guy, dude.
Oh, nice!
Oh,
Those great big shields are a nuisance, aren't they?
they are.
Oh,
Oh, what the?
oh,
That's how you team wipe, bitches. That's how you team wipe.
oh, survive!
Get him!
Oh.
Get him! Get him!
No!
Oh no!
No. Go on, Jimmy. Oh, jeez.
Oh, Trixie, you're so fine. Capture. Like, oh, Trixie. Oh, Trixie. Oh, shit.
Oh,
Both
Lord.
scroll down to get your shit up. Trixie's gonna get raped. Oh, that's tragic.
Oh, Conti doesn't think with his thingy. What's it?
Yeah, too bad he's not going for 60.
Nice slicing thing. No, he's doing a good job though.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We're gonna lose at points. No, we're gonna.
Yeah, I know, but it's a line.
Oh, this is hard.
that was
These
funny,
guys,
that.
these guys are good.
His teammate. Oh, I was trying to do it.
Might just go with a sword actually.
Hey.
Oh, ouch. Oh, sorry. Oh, stairs.
Oh, that double. That
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be.
Okay.
Right, I'm going to cast guard with a glaive, I think.
Spirit infantry for the win, bitches.
Right, I must remember to use my glaive, but I forget.
Your infantry guys.
Trix,
are
we're
weak.
counting on you to carry us, bro. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Ah.
Right, okay, so, yeah, where are we going?
We're
This
going
is-
gay.
Oh, are we? No. Oh, horse!
Move. Let him be. No fuck.
Okay. I like to get him in the back
We need
when
C.
I'm running away.
We need C.
Behind us.
Oh, and again.
Let him be. Ken, what are you doing?
All right. Yes, yeah. Right now.
On me. On me.
I hit horse. Wait. It's gonna come behind.
Hold on.
Damaged him.
You fucked me up again.
I did not. I haven't touched him.
And again.
Not me. I'm not firing on you. Right. I haven't even got. There's another archer. They've got an archer somewhere. Yeah, they've got an archer over there.
Oh.
So don't. Yeah. So it wasn't
Okay,
bloody me.
I need help. I see.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, I got.
Let's. Hey, behind you. Oh.
I see where you are. More sleepy.
Did you see that fucking wipe? Holy shit, that's a team. I'm going for a.
Wow. Double TB, okay.
How do you switch character once you pick you? Why did you pick me this one?
You don't have points, bro.
Oh, I should have gone. I got somebody coming after me.
Yeah.
Oh!
What is this?
Too much. Wow.
Oh, yeah, that's
Well, this was a full team wipe. This was
yeah.
a team
Okay.
wipe.
I took advantage of that one.
Wow, this was hard, dudes. We're actually struggling on this map. Love it. Let's go.
Yeah, we
Perfect.
don't know the nooks and crannies of the map, do we?
You don't know shit. Period.
Oh,
Those horses get up on those stairs, they just massacre.
yeah, you shouldn't be able to do that, should you?
Yeah, it should
Why
be.
not?
Okay. Well, you know. Oh, where are we going?
I feel like when they run into a wall, the horse should like kick back and paddle the both front foot. You know what I'm saying? Like,
No, if you run into all, the horse does react to that
Horse,
shit.
horse, 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 horse.
Yeah, I see it.
okay, well,
I see Jim and Cat. Trix is AWOL.
yeah. Well, I thought Jim was going this way, and I seen all you guys went one way.
An archer. Horse again, horse again, horse again.
Oh, 2 horses.
Oh, come on, how did I miss that? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh,
Good one.
where am I? How do I get out of this place? Oh,
I could definitely use some help, dudes.
So dark.
I could definitely use some help. What happened to sticking with your partner?
oh!
I
Oh, I missed it. How did I miss it? So bad. Okay, this is quite a good hiding hole, this one.
Well done, whoever the fuck took that shot.
Yeah, watch your right.
Alright, let's capture one. Ooh. I see. Wow, dude, really?
Oh, bloody archer got me.
Well done. Well done. Well done.
I'm going to have a cup of tea.
Wow, Cat, really? Come on, Trix, you got it. Nah.
I got kills.
Wow, dudes, we sucked
A lot of
ass.
hits.
Who agrees to that statement?
Hmm.
That was bad. That was
Honestly,
really
I
bad.
would just blame it on Trix. I'm joking.
But I have a reason though.
Yeah,
Alright.
that map was just kind of.
I mean, you guys are the legends. This is your guys' main. You should
Wait,
be good at this.
Too. That's what's bad. It kind of traps you. There's like no.
No, we did good. We're still learning. Here's the thing. I hope we're still learning. We're still trying to like understand how to properly do this. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think what's more, we're still learning how to properly work as an efficient team, as an efficient group.
Well, that,
What
that
do you
map
think,
was-
Trix? You've played plenty of team-based games. Is teamwork essential in Bannerlord?
I mean, yeah. There's
When
objectives.
you answer that question, thank you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, there's objectives. I mean, yeah. There's gonna be. I mean, except for like TDM, that's just kill based. But like, yeah, objectives is good. I'm just trying to figure out how the capturing works. Seems like you capture, it can get decaptured, and then at the end, there's only one to capture.
Exactly.
I'm not sure how that actually like. What's the actual way that's functioning? But I mean, having more points is good.
Yeah, basically what happens, you capture a flag. The enemy can come and capture that flag back, so to speak. So when you spawn, when the game starts, all flags are neutral. Then you
Okay.
start exchanging flags, capturing back and forth until, like,
Yeah.
mid-game, all flags get removed but one. And you need to, like, focus and concentrate all forces on that one. I'm gonna quickly go use the bathroom, so give me just 1 second, okay? Be right back, guys.
That map is kind of too confined if you got too many people in one area. Rough.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna let that load real quick. I'll be right back.
Oof, I'll stick to steering a ship.
Yeah. Pretty much. That map though, I did like that layout.
That was very sort of hidey hole Mesopotamia, wasn't it? I think.
Yeah, if you got stuck on the stairs, you were doomed.
Yeah,
'cause
toast.
You're trying to back away and you get like.
Oh no!
I had like 5 people on me at one time, and I was backing up against the wall. I was like, I can't go anywhere.
That's it. No, completely
And
stuck.
there's so much
Honestly.
going on there, like, I'll die here.
Be okay. Be all right. I like the music. Gives me that Egyptian vibe.
Oh, Trix, am I not your friend on Steam?
What? No, I don't think so. Cause I don't think we really like Steam gamed. Really, it was usually just like Sea of Thieves.
We're gonna go for siege. What?
I got trade offers. What the hell is this? What's going on here?
Stay.
Ah, Siege, your favorite cat. Cat's like, screw this. Just play Siege. Or...
Yes. I certainly went with it.
Your sound command, did it break?
Yeah, I did pretty good on the other Mount Blade with the melee. This one, it's a little different. I gotta get used to it.
Yeah, it's a little better, I think, but it is kind of hard.
Yeah.
I think Trixzbot died again.
Really?
Yes, the sound command still ain't working right.
Oh god. Trixbot needs a reboot.
Yeah. He needs a refresher.
Oh yeah, I see why it's not working. Yeah, when I changed dog. Actually, this game's pretty optimized though. It runs smooth.
Mm-hmm. They do a really good job of updating it and sort of patching it and stuff.
Yeah.
The only time it doesn't run smooth is when you're playing Oceania.
Oh yeah. Well, that's latency though. That's not frame rate.
Well, my frame rate was dipping too.
Like right now with this game running, I'm using 30% GPU and 20% CPU, and that's streaming. Well, that's the main menu too. When we get in game, I'll look at it again.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Ooh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready
WB.
to kick some ass?
No, we're ready to lick it.
Trix, you naughty bitch. I'm seeing more people in this queue thingy Mogumi, which is broken. Should we just wait like 5 minutes? Maybe we can get into the edge?
Yeah, well, this is the highest I've seen it. It was like 50, 60 earlier.
Now let's just wait. Okay, are we waiting for a siege or are we going?
Oh, man.
You're the master of games. Teach us. Tell us how should we like adapt and do things.
In what, Siege?
No, in general, like teamwork. How teamwork formations and.
Well, I think we did good when we all like split up. We had 2-2-2, you know, but I think one melee, one range. Maybe one of us should definitely invest in a horse. The horses seem to be like the really big deal in this game. And then the longer your melee weapon is too, the better. The longer the better, you know.
Yeah, distance is good, isn't it?
Yeah, the distance seems to put the extra miles in it.
I might try a horsey just for a change.
We're gonna die.
Wow.
I love the cousin. As if my confidence wasn't rock bottom as it is, you know. Thank you,
Aw.
Rona.
He just like pushes you down, father.
I know.
Yeah, now she's making me feel like a fucking horrendous human. My bad, sorry about that.
Oh.
Sorry.
I was gonna say, Captain.
Yeah, can I? Oh, do you want captain mode?
Oh, by the way, I fixed my RAM. My RAM runs better now.
Oh, did you know? What did you
Yeah, because when I did that benchmark, bro, and it said my RAM ran below expectations. Oh, that made me mad.
do? And what did you do? Oh,
I had to go into BIOS and fix it.
how did you do that? What did you do?
Just change the clock settings, change the voltage levels and everything like that, and just make sure everything was running accordingly. And I had to do a lot of benchmarking. I was sitting with Heaven and Cinebench and Ada 64 doing the stress test a lot just to make sure.
Maybe you could teach me. Actually, no, don't you?
Skirmish. Oh lordy.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so if I go, what's a Bedouin? Is it a long spear?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can ride a camel.
Oh.
Oh, I can ride a camel. Just for a laugh.
Look at that camel. Look at that. Did you see? Look at your camel's toes. Look at that. You see that? Looks stepping in a horse.
Yeah. So maybe I'll be a Mameluke instead. Cavalryman. Oh, bow and arrow on a horse.
Oh.
I
Yeah.
got tribal warrior.
Heavy lance. Oh, I'm going to try heavy lance.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, a bit slow, heavy lance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Trix is eating that. Eat it, bitch.
Mm. Oh, ow. What do we want to do, guys?
Oh.
Is this the 6v6?
Me and Trix and Jim and Cat? Or how do you guys want to
Well, we haven't done me and Cat yet.
Okay, me and Jim.
Cat, what are you doing? Melee or range?
I'm going on a horse.
On a horse?
I'm going on an agile horse
Okay.
with a long spear.
Okay, you do that, and then myself, Jim, and Trix go together. Agreed? Because Cat can't stay. Can't.
Yeah, she's gonna be a hit. Oh, did I just skip? Oh. Well, at least I saved points this round.
Jim and Trix, let's go for C.
Right.
Cat, you harass people.
I got this, Cat. You're the only horseman.
Why my guy didn't get a shield, but okay. It shows the shield of the character.
Oh, they're already here. Oh.
They got one on B. They've got a horse on B.
They already got a kill. Look, we're going. Hey, we're going.
Oh,
What's behind you?
Behind us.
Oh, I get the
Oh. You got me.
I repeat, they have so fucking horses. We need spears.
javelins. I've got.
No,
I'll
we
come
need
back
spears.
with it.
We need spears.
Yeah.
Like spears. Okay, let's go see, boys.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Meet at C.
I'm dead again. No, I give up. Honestly, I'm just.
No, you're not. You need to concentrate. Jim, move on C.
And they all with horses? Jeez.
They've all got horses.
I just realized that.
Yeah.
Oh,
We need spears.
yeah, you gotta poke those horses.
Got this, Jim. Come on, man.
Move on C. Nice and easy. Move on C.
Stay, but yeah, just don't stay out in the
Horses.
open where you
I
can
go for the.
chase.
I go left horse.
Oh!
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, that was brutal.
Because they've got bloody, they've got those bloody
Okay, I really need
Glaives or
spears.
something.
Horses can't do shit against spears and okay?
yeah.
Oh, you know they're gonna go spears again. I mean, horses. So.
Oh, Jim's on a horse.
You
Go
were
for
saying
Jim.
not horses again? Why?
Do it.
Oh. Go for the ejector. He's gonna camp. Oh, okay.
That's gonna be the fastest.
This was like a really fast fucking wipe.
Mm-hmm.
That was.
I'm going tribal warrior, larger shield and spear.
It wiped faster than me formatting my new hard drive.
I know, right?
Right, I'm gonna go as a
Jeez.
Bedouin. I'm going as a Bedouin this time with a bloody heavy
You
cavalry
better-
sword.
Oh my god. Wow, and they're fucking mocking us. I didn't see any enemies. How is that? Oh, okay, we're going a spears out.
I spot.
And he has an option. Okay, Trixie, you don't have a spear. You have a.
No, I know. I picked the wrong class, man.
Nice,
It's.
we got this.
I was in the middle of trying to get it.
Oh, they got.
There you go, horses. Let me guess.
They got.
Yeah.
The axe ready. That's it. It's showtime. Oh, actually, I'll go sword.
Go for C.
Ooh, I need to get my horse out.
Cat.
Yeah, horse. Okay, bad idea. Ah!
Okay, stick together. Stick together. Behind you, Trix. Behind you. Behind you.
I've got.
Huh? How did he hit me from here?
Pull behind you.
So what did you say? Stand in front of the horses and stab with his spear.
Yes. Trying. He's dead. I'm also.
I'm still alive, but bloody horses coming in from behind. Oh, he got me. No, I'm still up. I'm still alive.
On me.
They're trying to get me.
Okay, we need to move on. Seriously, we're losing by point.
Oh, he got me. Respawned. Oh, okay. Sounds of the dying.
Oh, that was doing pretty good, right? I kept dodging here.
I see Jin.
Where I am actually. And on my horse.
Let's move. I don't see Trix. He's already there, actually.
I'm on C.
This is a fucking wipe. This is a massacre.
Oh, somebody's trying to spear me. Oh, arrow me.
Dead.
Oh, the archer at the top. No.
You couldn't touch me. That's stupid.
This is a fucking wipe.
Well, look at their ping. They got the advantage. We're in their region.
No, oh, with all due respect, don't blame this shit on the ping. We just sucked ass big time. Okay?
Oh, when they all got below 40 millisecond ping? Yeah, sure.
Bro, again, stop it. Like, for real, you're being pee like...
No, they're fine.
Work. With the archer dude, but man.
Okay, archer bows.
Don't go. Why are you going out? They're literally just fucking tapping you like that.
Okay.
Go
they kept
spears,
missing
for the
me.
love of God.
They were missing me like crazy. I was jumping out of their way all the time.
Oh dear, I'm going to
And I was
guard
getting
now.
some pretty good hits on them. I wish we had.
Oh my god, I never could pick my character. Why does it force pick? Too fast.
Okay.
I'm gonna go for an objective, keep him busy.
Yeah, go for C, go for C. Cat, that's a buddy.
Yes, you've got javelins as well.
It doesn't matter. Okay, I want to see how you do against javelins against that guy. Okay, I'm gonna.
Or...
I'm gonna Wait, Trix, can you get the camera angle on Cat so we can see how she's gonna do against that guy?
No, stop it. Hold him down, hold him down, hold him. Keep still, keep still.
Ah, this shit. Like for real?
You poke him and I'm gonna bloody whack him with my great big axe.
Let's go, Trix. Let's go, Trix. Come on, Cat. Watch my back. I got you. You just watch my back.
Yeah. I hear horse, I hear something.
Horse coming. He hit me there.
Oh, another one.
2 horses. 3 horses.
horses.
4 horses. I'm lost.
14
Oh,
horses. 45
I did actually hit him there. And there.
I want mommy. I want mommy. Cat is dead.
No, I'm not.
I'm dead.
Oh, I am dead now. Ooh. Okay. I'm gonna do it again. I like that.
I didn't fucking pay attention.
Where's that bloody horse?
Nothing on me distracting him. You guys get the objective.
Yeah.
Got 3 on me.
Easiest than that.
No, literally, I got 3 players on me. How's this horse faster than mine? Whatever.
And yeah, I think we should. Bro, this, you're dead. Oh, tap in the back of the head. Look at this fucker being an archer doing things.
Just missing.
Yeah, see, that's where you got to be for an arch. You see, up somewhere
How do
bloody
you
high.
see? For the sake of our friendship, you're gonna shut up and just shut up regarding your archery. Archer, what? Yeah, he's an archer. Finally, he got
Yeah.
the kill. Wow.
Okay.
Wow. Look at that.
But still target.
Who lost? We won full points. Fuck your archers. No, fuck your archers. You can take your archers, like, fold them in a real ball and shove them up your asses.
Easy. Oh yeah, you got all these guys.
But it was easy. What are you on about?
Well, yeah, it's all horsemen against guys on the ground.
That's stamina, man.
easy.
Trix's fault.
We're setting targets and they're
Archer,
destroying
oh
us.
shit, my bad. It's all Trix's fault.
Most of our guys didn't have shields either. That's what sucked.
It's good. It's good. Oosa. It's good.
That was a rough round.
It was.
Alright, that's
I'm gonna
what.
grab me some water.
Yeah. Oh, shit, we're gonna get into my challenge, me.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that too. Oh, raid.
Who's the?
Yeah, that was... If they do all horsemen again, we might as well just call
Ugh.
horsemen too.
Can't rage now, Jim.
No, I don't know. Okay, cat, love.
Yeah. Okay, counting. I'm sorry, Glaive. Yeah. It's just a warm-up section.
This is a warm-up on. I don't know this one. What we got this one, right? Right?
Oh, it's got a camel. Oh my god.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna move.
Me and Cat, Twix and Jim, stick together. Cat, I want you
Yes.
like glue on my ass cheeks. Can you do that for me, love?
Yeah. Okay.
I want you to
Glue
be
on
a
your ass
leech.
cheeks.
Just be a leech on my right ass
I
cheek.
will
Just
be.
Stay
I
there.
will be a leech.
Thank you, love.
We just need
Yeah, I'm into some kinky shit, right?
All right. So where are you?
Mm-hmm.
Not there. That's Trix. That's Alpha Hog. That's Eridar. Right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I am a leech. On your rear end. Oh! What
I'm
the
done.
fuck?
Fuck this game.
Where are you? Are you dead?
I'm dead! Body block me.
Oh yeah, I body blocked you. You told me to stick right next to you. I did not want to be here because I'm dead too. They're on the B, I think it is. I think. That bow, I think. Better bow.
I'm dead again. I can't get around.
Okay. This map is just so confusing, isn't it? Bloody hell. Oh shit. Oh, this is not bad. It's not.
No, hey, listen,
Not
listen.
really.
Just everyone, just quit. We literally have one staying AFK in the base. Just quit. I'm not wasting my time with this shit. Okay? Just quit. We have an AFK.
Oh, we got AFK. Okay.
That's one. That's another one. Jam.
Oh, I quit. Yeah, that map.
Is that the part?
Yeah. It's a couple maps I like. The rest of them are kind of neat.
So which one do you like?
But I know they gotta level the maps out for like all the classes. So
That map, I
no.
don't think it's good for any class, really. Because you got if you put the archers up on the stairs, they're good, but the horses get under too, so.
trying to queue us for sieges together.
Oh my god!
Mm.
In the CFP's video about cats, there's a cat called True Walker.
Really?
Bloody hell! Yes. I never
No.
knew. Think I'm True Walker. Somebody's stroking my cat.
Oh, easy, cat. Careful on what you're saying. Thank you. You're on live stream.
Yeah, we don't want to know that kind of information.
Mm-hmm.
This is so funny. Look. Oh my god.
Yeah, I was looking at Cat's Steam picture. At first, I thought it was Ratty Tasker or whatever from Smite.
She's just weird, dude.
Man, I was at the store today, man. I saw the sound mixer tables. I saw that price, said nope.
The what?
The soundboards, like the mix tables. I saw the price on those things. I walked away.
Oh, dude.
They were nice though. I saw the it was nice.
I don't think we're gonna get into a siege this time.
I don't think so.
I'm gonna
Well,
get
we've done one siege the entire time.
No, the siege that we've done it in like custom servers. Like no, we are playing on ranked. But here's the thing: I don't want to play on oceanic servers. Like those are just trash, big time.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was bad.
Well, this should be your guys' time zone should be perfect. I mean, everybody's up right now, right? Like, what's
it's-
just not enough
it's
players?
More in the evening. It's more in the evening. Our evening.
Let me see. Blade Bannerlord. This region. Let's see.
40 degrees.
All right. Okay. So what are we being? Oh god.
We're playing
God,
against
like-
Sturgia. Holy shit. Go horses.
So-
We have no chances against their fucking infantry.
Right. I'm going Mameluke then. Cavalry mace. Oh, barding actually. Or bow and arrows or long. Yeah. Long spears with a bayonet.
Yeah.
Oh, someone get by me. Get up. Oh, get in my ways. Oh, you knocked me off. Oh.
Well done, Jim.
Oh.
I see Jim. Oh, I hit Jim.
Oh, I'm in a building. Oh, what am I going? I have no idea. What I'm doing here. Got him. Got him with my spear.
Yeah, I see that.
Oh, I missed him. I should have got him then. Bloody hell. Ooh. Oh, arrows as well. Spear is quite. Oh, when I get rocks. Rubbish.
Alright, what is it? Just horses now? Nobody wants to do anything else?
I'm doing both. I'm not gonna go melee against their units. Their melee units are fucking nasty as fuck.
Hey,
Go on,
you're a
horse.
quitter.
Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh. Okay.
Oh my god, where's the timer? I didn't even know it was over. Oh my god.
What time is it's center top?
Yeah, but it's like doesn't like ding ding last 3 seconds or something like.
No.
Ah, lack of notification. Okay.
We should. I feel like we should be running around harassing people.
Oh. Just throwing weapons.
Told you, bro. Melee against these fuckers. Killed one. Woo, let's go! I'm good at this shit. We're gonna win. I have a good feeling about this. We're gonna win it.
Come on!
I got whacked by somebody. Oh, he's throwing axes at me. Oh, the game. Oh!
Hey, Trixie boy. Sup, boy?
Oh, I'm off my horse.
Forward!
Oh, I'm dead actually.
No, Trixie,
Okay,
we're gonna
so-
win this shit. I'm not cutting even a joke with you. Oh shit, oh shit. I'm dead.
Okay, I'm now an archer.
I'm going to fight with warrior.
Hello, Jim. Just gonna hide somewhere. Oh, it's a good big sword and a shield. Oh, who's gonna come after me because my name's Kit Sunny? Yeah, obviously. Why not? Yeah.
Wow. Whatever.
I'm dead.
Thirsty.
Oh, Jim. Oh, crikey. Oh, you can't get on the horse. Oh, it's been alright.
Oh, Trixie, you're so fun. You're so fun, you kill the fuckers.
Shot him in the back, but I only did 20 damage.
We need to see Trixie.
He's still captured.
No, he's
Oh,
there.
wait, it's the only one. Oh.
I hear horses.
Character ever decides to make it there, it slows that run.
Yes, yeah, the run speed's a bit.
But yeah, horses can go like a gazillion miles per hour.
Oh!
Oh, Lord. Oh, jeez. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go to what's Tribal Warrior any good? Guard. Let's have a guard. And some javelins. Bill. No, not a bardiche. I want armor. Javelins. But I always have I always have an axe. Why have I got an
10 seconds.
axe? Yeah,
5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Yeah, that little flashing is just not enough. Not when you're on a like large, high resolution monitor. Like, how are you supposed to see that? Blah, blah. Like butt juice.
Oh,
All over here. 1, 2.
I see you over there.
I'm gonna go try to go for B.
Oh, we've got C. Fire Magus.
Well done. Pig. I have a horse on my ass. Kitty, the other way. Boom goes the kitty.
Oh!
Ooh, that was a nice exchange there.
Oh, wrong one.
Where's I'm dead?
Woo!
Bloody kid.
I got him! I got him! I got him! I got the guy! I got the... Oh, he's staring me. Can I get this horse? Oh, I can count the horse. The horse with a large axe. Go around. Oh! That's my javelins. Where are we going now? Let's see. Oh, can't get through.
I failed.
Oh, sorry! Oh, sorry! Oh, sorry!
Oh, there goes the catty. There goes the biome.
Oh, can we go and get some bloody...
Third time is a charm, ladies. Third time is a charm.
I want the sword, I don't want a bloody great axe. Let's go to the veteran. Try that.
Or me and Trix going horses. Bro, we got this, right?
Yeah.
Archer dice.
Like everybody else. Long sword and just sprint and just hit.
Trix is so depressed right now. I love it.
Okay. Oh.
No! I'm dead already.
Wow.
Oh, I'm hiding. Don't get in front of me, because I'm going to kill you if you get in front of me. Stand in front of me.
You know what? I'm gonna
Oh, there's one! There's one! Oh, I got nut. I got bloody horsey gag.
Oh, I got double tapped.
I'm going to have to run away, because... arrows. I got a big horse. Sword. Oh, I have got a big horse. Oh, I got him! I got him! I got him! Right, oh, I got a hammer.
Oh, Trix, that was.
I'm...
Yeah.
Oh, God. I can't make this actually. But it's not well. Oh!
There goes Trix.
Horse coming after me.
The thing with the speed, you need to like thrust before. Oh, there goes Trix. There goes Rock.
Hey.
Get that way. No, you're winning. Well, you're winning, love.
Yeah, no, but where are they? Oh, he comes for me! I'm running. Bloody.
Oh,
Battle.
oh! You can't. Well done. Well done. You're dead. You're
Walk out now.
dead. Come on, go.
Oh! Oh, God.
Oh my god, like. That silence after defeat, that's.
Just wish matchmaking was quicker though.
Matchmaking is quicker. What are you not doing?
It feels like sometimes it's kind of long. Like for being a newer game, it should be quicker.
It is quick. Are you on drugs?
Are we doing siege?
No, I don't think we're gonna get to stage.
Yeah.
We're
course
doing-
we're
we're
not.
doing-
That was a fast match.
This map's okay.
Come on, small tricks. You only died like times. Oh, we're being Sturgia. Let's go. I'm going Variag. Or am I going Berserker? Am I going Variag or Berserker? What do you guys think? Don't.
Berserker Variag.
I'm going Variag. I'm going Variag.
Yeah, very cool.
No, you do you.
Goblins. Have I got a shield? I've got a big shield actually.
These guys are Indians. We should fuck them up big time.
Oh, I seem to have an axe.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
You fucked me up. Just stay away from me. Please, can you play with cat instead of me because she fucking me up?
It's not- it's not- This is a warm up.
What are you attacking me for?
The guys
Fuck
are
you,
they're killing each other.
Wow.
Okay.
What the heck?
I know,
I
right?
can do this. Right, very
Okay, come on. This is our map. Come on. We know how to do it. I'm staying with cat. Oh god.
R.I.P.
Who was the
Nice
first one
knowing you,
that
Erda.
attacked me?
I don't know. Not sure.
8 seconds. Four,
A
three,
then
two-
B. A then B says Ramon.
You know what? Let's fucking go A then B. You know why not?
Yeah,
Let's
let's just
work
let's
together, right?
see. Yeah, let's do it. A then B.
Hey, hey, Kimmy. Go Twix. Bye, Twix.
I feel there must be a horse on our backside somewhere. No, they're all
I
on
got your
C.
back. I got your back. I got your back.
Who's this? Erda?
Yeah, they're all coming to A.
Alright. Move into formation. They have crossbows. They have crossbows. Move on the crossbows. Move on the crossbows. Oh, Tricks, don't go horses. They have anti-cavalry.
Oh.
Yeah, crossbows. Are we going to advance on them,
Oh.
or what are we going to do?
I get some new boots in
I
my
need help. I
character.
need help.
Where are you? Are you right next to me?
No. I'm dead. What happened with sticking together?
Oh,
see
he
you,
got
I
me
see
from
you.
behind. Got me from behind. Cheeky so and so. Oh, hello,
Horses
got
behind you,
horses
horses
this
behind you. Oh, you got it. Okay, protect Tricks. He's alive. Protect Tricks.
time. Where are we going? Up top?
Yeah.
Oh, the horse.
Shite. Okay.
Come on, mate.
So, can someone stop shooting me? Tricks, hello. we need C, we need C, we need C, we need C.
Oh,
I got you, Tricks, I got you. Watch out, Tricks, watch out! On your right, on your right, on your right, Tricks, on your right, on your right,
I got
on
one
your
of the
right.
archers. I got one of the archers. Got one of the archers.
Yes.
Horse can hit you.
Okay, that horse can stop hitting me.
There's one archer left, but he's quite. He must be quite low.
Pretty
No,
low.
Yeah.
Tricks, I did that.
3 times.
Tricks is dead.
But yeah, that horse doesn't use this.
Oh, axe, funnily enough.
I have failed you guys. I have failed you. Wow, that guy killed himself. Did you see that shit?
I didn't see that. Oh!
We should just try and stick. Try that.
Keep this one. Quite like him. Javelins are much cop. Can I swap javelins for anything? Throwing axes. Ooh. Try throwing axes. Moved arms.
Look, they only give you so many throwing axes that you're done for. It's like 5.
Yeah, they want you to tippy toe in a battle with your slow characters. Wish we had a
Where are we
little
going?
more sprint.
A
Oh,
then B.
we're
or-
going to see. No, we're going to see. We're going to see.
Okay.
After this, I need to take a break. I
Oh
have
no,
some
I'm
to
following
do.
Trix. Oh yeah, and who wasn't allowed to take a break earlier?
No, no,
That
work.
would be me. Work.
I
Yeah,
have
but I've got.
to.
I'm supposed to be doing this online course today. Very naughty. Okay, have I got my throwing axes equipped?
Oh, holy Christ.
Oh, how do these throwing axes work? Oh no.
Why not? I need some help on horizon.
Try not to hit you.
Yeah. Watch out!
Oh, got me from behind. No,
Let's get it back.
that's so unfair. Yeah, this is a shortcut. I'm coming back.
Okay.
I'm coming back. I'm coming back.
Yeah, send
Oh wow. Okay, yeah, sure.
Oh, he got me.
Biggs, I got you. Go with me. I got you.
God, you got this. You got this. Stay alive. Oh. Lock, shield gone. Dang.
Nice throw, Jim.
Holy.
Hmm.
Yeah. No. Oh wow. Oh, came out of nowhere.
I feel like they've nerfed archery somehow. They need to put it.
Yeah, well, you could just look what the players are playing as. You can tell what's favored.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a little different. Definitely not like the other one.
It's either horseman that they're playing or spearman or something with a long weapon that can 6 miles.
Well, most of these type of games, it's always going to be. I just really think a stamina system would be better. Like,
It was.
I don't think you should just be running around side swinging the entire time.
Yeah, because you gotta figure out how
And
much.
then if you block with a shield, let that reduce stamina, like things like that, you know.
Yeah.
But it is a 6v6, so it's not like.
Oh, standing close to Jim while he's flailing the axe around there. Oh dear. I see horses down the bottom.
I'm at A.
Um,
Flash that, I'm not at A. Ah, fucking 4 on me. No, we're going down. Fuck them. We're going down.
Yeah, just do the objective.
going down.
Go down. Go
Okay,
down.
let's
Go for
get
B.
down.
We're capturing.
Oh,
Or,
right. Okay, so up to a third of my damage. Down thing. My.
Go for B. Go
Right,
for B.
anyway.
Go for B.
Yeah.
Go for B.
Well, we're on C actually.
Wow, thanks for leaving me alone at B, you asshole.
wow. Yeah, the enemy team always got like 30, 20 ping.
I need help at B. I'm alone and scared.
Yeah, well, come to see then. Come to see you. They've got friends here.
Yeah, there's nobody here either. Just heads up.
No. Right, so should we go to B then?
I'm dead.
Oh, I see B. B's just over there. Two flags will be removed in 30 seconds. Right, gonna get B. Gonna get B.
Where's the archer?
Oh,
over
start. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, that was silly. I shouldn't have done that.
there? Oh no.
I was
no.
really. Hello, Erda. How are
Holy
you doing?
cow. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Real fair. 5 on 1. Yeah.
Are we
awesome.
are we going in here? Are we going in here?
Yeah, sure thing.
Yeah, there they are.
It's a big meal, like 5 on 1.
Go right or go left.
Where's the center?
We also shoot chip in my flash.
Oh, that's our house. Okay. I mean, I feel he's leading us somewhere where we wanted to go. I'm gonna get canked here. Yeah. Oh, I am dead. Killed by the Western Army. Come on, Jim. Get the out of the sword. Oh, someone found Jim. Get by the tree, get by the tree, get by the tree. High five.
That was fair.
Oh, God. Oh, dear me.
That's what happened to me every time, too. It's like 5 on 1.
Right, okay, we've got that. Oh, he's a good shot.
Definitely. I really need to go after this. I have to try to bullshit the work.
Come on, you can do this.
No, he's there.
Right, no, he got the horse. He got the horse though. Get the bloody gun before he gets out of the queue. It's a little bit slow. Yeah, we were wiped out. Okay.
All of us 106.
That was close.
This is a mess. No. This is okay, I'm gonna call it. I need
Yeah.
to study.
Me too. I've got to go.
All right, you guys have a good one.
Thank you for playing.
Yeah, thank you, Trix. The campaign is a lot of fun, so.
Yeah. No, definitely, I'm gonna finish it.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm.
Well, the game is new, so I know it needs balance.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah. Thank you again for playing with us. Like it was really
Yeah.
nice. Yeah, thank
And
you.
you must try Sea of Thieves because the new update is and the new combat is
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm hearing all this good combat and stuff, but well, hopefully it's better because I don't like what they did last update. And did they fix islands rendering?
Wait, what?
Erida was very pleased
Yeah,
with the improvements.
Combat, I was really happy about it. I 1v4'd like easily, bro. 1v4.
Well, see that's what I miss. I didn't like this last update.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was, bro. The hitbox or something was messed up.
No, it's a lot better. That's all I'm gonna tell you. You're gonna like it. Yeah,
Did they fix the attacks where you could actually stab to, like, stuff that was...
no, that's not gonna be fixed. Trust me.
Oh,
That's not gonna be fixed. It's too hard to actually fix that shit. But yeah, with that being said, thank you so much for playing. I hope you guys had.
Yeah, no worries.
And I'm gonna catch up with you later. And Trix, as promised, tomorrow morning, my morning, your night, I'm free for Star Citizen. I didn't make you a promise. I'm gonna keep to my word. Okay. But yeah, with that being said, guys, thank you so much.
If I'm awake.
Yeah, you'll be awake. I know.
Yeah, it just depends.
Lots of you guys have a lovely one. And Kat,
You too.
see you fast. Bye.
Yeah, see you soon.
See you
Bye.
soon, guys. Bye-bye.
that was rough.
Oh god.
Yeah, they definitely
Interesting.
did
I'm
stamina system.
not gonna hate on the game, but it is what it is. It needs worked. It definitely.
Yeah, stamina system would be the best thing for the game, right?
Yeah, nah, stamina would just make common sense. I just
Mhm.
I just don't get it. Like even when I was doing the tutorial, I thought I was gonna lose stamina. I thought it was just a tutorial that it was infinite. Come to find out, the whole game is infinite.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't understand. Even RPG games or single player games would, implement a stamina like. Um,
Yeah,
but even the other warbands or the other mountain blades didn't have stamina either. I just don't think that's something that they're gonna add.
and it would make the game a lot more fun if they actually had because the spamming
Yeah.
is crazy. Like you just sit there and spam
Um,
15 hits and just keep doing it, and you can't block every single one of them because your shield's gonna break. Well,
yeah. I mean, the game looks nicer though. I'll give it that.
oh yeah,
Definitely looks nice. I need to test something.
and you gotta think too when you swing at a sword, something that big, it's gonna make you tired.
Yeah. Yeah, just something. I just feel
'Cause
like easy with it.
I know they just sit there and spam and spam and spam and spam, and then when you got like 4 or 5 guys on, you just sit there constantly spam and you attack, can't block every one of them.
Right.
That's the only thing I don't like about the multiplayer.
Yeah, it's not kind of.
Is it really isn't they? I know Aradar says it's skill based, but really it's not. Because if you're sitting there just spamming the attack button, that's not
I
skill.
want to
That's
say it's not. It does have like a formation. It does have its thing. It is Mountain Blade. That's what its combat system is like. These people are obviously familiar with it and or they play it a lot. That's fine. Um, the heck is
it's somewhat skill because you're faster clicker than the other person, but still you're spamming the attack. So that's basically like in a FPS game where you just sit there and hold your shoot trigger down and just unload a whole clip on somebody. It's not really skill. It's just you're just spamming the guy with bullets. They're going to die eventually.
yeah,
So it's kind of skill, but it's kind of not.
right. Crazy. I don't know. I don't know if I should. What time is it? 6 in the morning. I'm not tired really, but I don't know. I gotta try the honey.
You're fired!
What is it? Friday. So he wants to play Friday. Boring.
Oh, Bori.
Yeah.
Kind of cool.
He finally got a key. So now you can carry us.
Right. Um. Ugh. Still open.
Dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame dame tu cosita.
Oh god, there goes the copyright ticket. Okay, I want to test something because I know I need a game with the benchmark.
The stick around thing, you need to get rid of that, because, yeah. Stick around, I won't be long.
Nah, I won't be long. I don't do the long BRBs. Like, remember, I used to be going 4 hours.
I know, you would come,
Oh
you go
man,
to
that was
get food, and then you never come back.
yeah. Well, sometimes so many things pop up, you know, like in the middle of whatever. Like I'll just be sitting like in the middle of something. And, oh man.
Yeah, I remember one time I think we were going to play, what, Borderlands or something like that, and you went, you had to go get some food or something. It took you like 3 hours.
Yeah. Um. Hmm. Okay, so the Mountain Blade, I'm just gonna go ahead and uninstall the other one because why does Steam always have updates?
I don't know, that's annoying, I know.
Hmm.
Every time you launch it, it has an update. That's why I keep mine open all the time, so it doesn't, when it's on, I guess it updates on.
Yeah, that's true. Wow, Shroud helps magician pay her medical bill.
Wow. Already? Wow.
Hello, hello.
Hey.
Yeah, I finished what I have to do for work. It was a quick thing.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
Hmm.
Lucky you.
Yeah.
Eh.
What did you do? Just look at a piece of paper? Oh, I'm done.
Mm.
Wow, really?
Small
What if it was
company
very
things.
important?
Yes, no, honestly, it was, but I already had a template made for that because I'm smart.
He had to type an email out
Nah,
or click send.
No, he had to fill out an MLA paper.
Fire in the
exactly.
hole!
He's
We
getting his
got
work
owned
citing.
last year.
Oh, that last match made that thing.
Well, you know what though? Around this time is try hard.
Yeah, you're right about the soundtrack.
Yeah, I
Because we
don't.
were doing really good in the beginning, and I think towards the end
Hmm.
it's kind of dragged downward.
Yeah. We also got tired. Let's face
Yeah.
it. We got like. Are you
That
gonna
and
continue playing games or are you gonna call it?
I'm debating.
If you're playing,
I
I'm
wanna
fine.
I wanna try something, but like
Star Citizen? I'm sorry. Wait, what? My bad. I got carried.
yeah, right. Because I want to see now after I did all these like fine tunings. I want to see how things run now.
On what? On Star Citizen?
It doesn't matter.
I did promise you Star
It is
Citizen.
a good stress
If
test
you're up for
though.
it, if you're up for it, I'm up for it. So if you wanna run Star Citizen now and have a few things, I'm up for it. And I know Jim is also up for it. All right, Jim?
I am. I'm falling
Yes, you
asleep
are.
here.
Shut the fuck up. You are. No, but jokes aside, do you wanna do Star Citizen? I did promise you, and I would feel bad if I didn't keep my promise. See, I'm a nice human being, Trix, not like you.
Right.
I'm joking.
Well, I think being human it's overrated.
I know, right? And that's boring.
Hmm.
So, am I starting Star Citizen up, or what are we doing?
When's the update for Star Citizen?
We don't have a precise date, but it's
Ugh.
coming soon. Yeah, I don't know, but it's good. It's the progression is carrying, so we should money, if you know what I mean.
I do want to finish one mission, at least get money. This time the money is real.
Yeah, you know what? I'm launching Star Citizen. I'm so doing this. Let's go. Let's go. Luvian is and this is my password.
I keep mine where it's automatically signed in.
Yeah, I don't keep mine on auto sign.
Yeah, see, Eridar is smart because a lot of people use keyloggers and lashes malware to like key track and things like that.
That's the nicest thing Trix said to me in a long while, that Keradar is smart. Wow. Are you okay, Trix? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Just hungry.
They could do either way though. If you type in your password all the time, but still they could keylog that too. So
They still can, yeah, but you just don't use the password for it.
No? Oh,
No.
okay.
So if your email password matches what's been hacked, so put 2 to 2 together. There goes your
That's
email.
4.
Yeah.
no, it's 5.
Yeah.
Jim, you
Just
joining?
changed it. It's 5. I don't know. I'm tired.
Go to bed. Fuck off. I'm joking. I'm joking.
I keep yawning here.
Aww.
And last time I played, my computer was just like, nope.
You just got your upgrades too. I wonder what's causing it really. That's
Bottleneck.
weird.
I don't know.
My CPU still flex.
You know what? I'm not gonna be. Well, no, you got an AMD processor, right?
It's an old generation.
And you have an AMD graphics card.
Yep. And
all in all, you should be good.
Yeah, but I have a Ryzen 3, so.
I don't know. I just felt like you did better when you had a video, man.
And that was the
Yeah, AMD GPUs are. I don't know, bro. I looked at benchmarks and whatnot. AMD's not really there. I mean, what is it? The RX 5700? It's like there, but it's not there. Like Nvidia still dominates.
There, but it's still gonna take some time for them.
Yeah, and then you don't get the Nvidia key features. Like you're missing everything. Like, that used to make me mad because I think when I had an AMD card, I think Batman came out, and I remember when PsychX was like a new deal where like little papers will like travel in the air. That's kind of cool, But the AMD card didn't support it, so you didn't have flying newspapers. I know there's something little, but still, something like that can really make you feel like, man, I'm missing it,
Yeah, I've booted up Star Citizen Trix just now.
All right. Yeah, I'll probably do at least one mission. I think.
Yeah, no.
Probably like an hour or so. I can't be on too long.
No, we got this. We got it.
But we have to finish it.
Bro, I give you my word that this time you're not gonna fucking fail miserably like last time and let me to die. Thank you. Wait, what?
I know. Nah, that was both of our fault. You went AFK, and I thought I was in a safe spot. Obviously, I wasn't. That or I probably glitched. I probably fell through the map. Because what was the guy doing when you saw him? Was he still there?
Yeah, he was fucking literally staring at you.
Oh, he was staring at me.
So he hit you.
Wow.
He walked and he,
Oh, okay. Probably I glitched and maybe my character stood up or something.
No. He literally he walked around and he saw you.
Yeah?
Oh.
What?
What's going on?
Okay.
What?
I don't know.
Bro, you're weird. You're awkward. You're like Trix.
Oh, thanks.
My pleasure.
I'm Trixie.
Trixie! It's a him! It's a Trixie! I'm waiting for you to get your ass on so I can invite you to party. So we can party like it's 1969. Let's go.
Hey, Weird Al. Paradise Tropical Party like it. 1969.
69. Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
We should play Star Citadel.
Star what?
Star Citadel.
Are you on drugs again?
Or we could play Star Conflict, or Star Castle, or Star Chasers. So, what do you guys want? Jim wants to play Terraria.
I think he would have played that.
Oh. Oh. Okay, I'm about to get in right
I want to
Oh,
play
I'm gonna get
Sea of
in.
Minecraft.
See of Minecraft.
now. In
Wow,
Minecraft.
Jim.
That'd be kind of cool. Little Minecraft. Let's see. Oh no, there is something like that. Roblox did something like that.
Probably. Yeah, I actually remember. I actually played stuff like that.
Yeah,
You
I
had
think
like ships and you battled ships and shit.
Yep, Kraken. I'm like, what the? It
Yeah.
was weird, but the concept was there. It was
That's one
cool.
way
It
to put it.
was weird. Yeah, the beard was weird.
So Jim, you're not joining us?
Probably not.
Okay.
I would, but I'm tired.
Nah, it's you've had a long day, dude. Let's face it.
Oh yeah. I can't stop yawning.
Oh, don't stop.
Oh, do it!
Yes.
Oh, fucking hell, dude.
I did it. Yeah.
Mhm.
Mission
Next month,
accomplished.
I'm purchasing RAM, CPU, and motherboard. Let's go.
I really want to up my CP.
Your CPU? Okay, interesting. AMD?
Thought about it, but now I'm hearing a new Ryzen's coming out. I'm gonna wait because
Oh,
later this
think
year,
it's gonna
new
waste your
tech,
life, bro.
new tech's coming out at the end of this year, 2020. So I'm waiting. There's no
Are you
point
sure though?
because if I go Intel, it's gonna be 9900K. If I go AMD, it's gonna be either Ryzen 9 or I can't obviously do the expensive Threadripper, but even Threadripper's overkill. I'm really looking at the Ryzen 9 or whatever. There's something new coming out beyond Zen 2, so I'm kind of curious to see what they got next because they've already been impressive. AMD favors streamers and it favors gamers and people who multitask, content creators in general. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Accept the party invite out of curiosity.
No, not yet. I just got to the main menu right now.
My bad.
Might have to do that thing where you.
No. Yeah, I'm gonna resend it. Don't worry.
I think if you resend it, it might actually work.
Yeah, I will.
But the sending is not re. But if you re the sent, might send a re.
Yeah, definitely. You're so full of shit, dude.
No, seriously, no invite. It's probably gonna be delayed again.
Probably, yeah.
Ugh. I got to turn my garage light on.
Oh, electricity bill, bro. No, can't have that.
See on the camera better. Do night vision.
No.
Night vision.
Just press left bracket. Do me a favor.
Yeah, nothing, man, nothing.
Wait, what? Nothing?
Nothing.
Wait, what? Going to universe. I'm gonna send you when you're there. Let me know when you're there so I can send you.
Shows you're online.
I know.
Oh, wait, got it.
There you go. He's a good boy. You're a good boy.
Okay, so now we should be good.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Wait, I have to do this again? Or I'm already in your party, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting all your invites now.
Yeah.
What? Jim's not gonna join us? What?
Are you loading in?
No, I'm not.
Bro, you need to accept the thing.
Oh, yeah, I had to accept it again. Okay, sorry.
Oh, come on. You fuck me up, Trix.
I gotta give me a new ship.
Oh.
I'm
real
gonna-
money or,
I'm gonna wait.
in-game?
I'm just gonna try to do game money first.
Okay.
It sucks that they changed the price of the one that I got.
Yeah.
It's okay. Don't cry. I don't care.
What's
No, it's funny because ever since Jim said that, I've been telling everybody, hey, hurry up, $25, get in the game.
Yeah, it kind of sucks. So I gotta pay extra now. I want to upgrade, which the
Yeah, what ship do
Hello.
you have, Trix? I want to see how much it would cost you to upgrade.
Huh?
Can you check how much it would cost for you to upgrade to another ship? Do you know how to do that? I'm gonna send you a link.
Yeah, but I don't know what ship I want. I had to.
No. I'm just curious what the prices are gonna be for you. So I'm gonna send you a link, and I'm gonna guide you from there. Okay? So bam, in private. So this is your link, and once here, just go to ship upgrades. Make sure you're logged in.
Oh man, I'm getting a PS.
Just quickly check how much it will cost you. Okay?
so my ship value is $25. Wow.
How much would it cost you, Jim, to upgrade? Yeah, I'm curious on both ends, both of you.
To anything?
Yeah, the next stage, the next one. Which one would be?
So the Avengers Titan starter pack would be $65.
No, hey, listen up, Trix. Go to ship upgrades. So just log in and go to ship upgrades.
Oh, okay. Which
And
okay.
there, yeah.
If a decent one, Mustang Gamma, nope. Avenger Stalker, nope. How about the like
Yeah. Well, my ship value is 45.
Okay, so you select your ship, right? Select your ship, then go to upgrade 2 and see what options you have there. Read them out loud and click on them.
The Avenger Titan is worth 50, so it literally cost me $5.
Bro,
They
that's
have
cheap, and the Avenger Titan is a beast.
yeah. The Ursa Rover, which is
No.
50, so that'd be $5. The
It's gonna be
300i.
It's gonna be 6. No, don't go with the 300 series. No,
Yeah.
the Titan. The Titan definitely is a really good option for you. For $6 or something, psh, bro.
Oh, here's the Cyclone.
$5.
No,
up
the
to-
Cyclone is like, no, you don't need that. Oh,
Is
this
the
place is
Reliant
like.
Core good?
I had a Reliant core. I would go for the Titan. I'm not gonna lie.
I hated the Titan.
Wow.
That's
Oh my
the
god,
one
this
I
place
think
is so. Oh, okay, let me.
Yeah, that's the one I always
move.
had the issue with, where I would click the stupid
Well,
canopy
bro,
and
again,
fly out
that's
the
on
ship.
you. Again, it's not my fault that you're a dingus.
I don't know. Should I go with the Argo Mole?
That's a different ship, Tricks. That's the thing. I mean, that's for mining. I personally haven't really done mining or anything like that. Not gonna lie to you.
What about the Constellation Gila?
Yeah, sure. Like what? $300?
Yeah,
Like, come
nah,
on, let's play. No,
I'm
for
good.
you, Tricks, for you would be the Titan, which is like $5-6, which is a really good price. It's a really good ship.
Yeah. Well, this was the one that we first started out with. I think when I first started, like for the free to play,
Mm-hmm.
I remember this one. Yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah, no,
Besides
it's
the
no,
canopy
the
thing.
Titan is good. I'm not gonna lie. I personally enjoyed it. It was my
Oh,
favorite.
my head tracking is on. Why? Oh, hold on.
Don't puke.
Yeah, the only thing I
Oh,
did-
it's not toggling off. Why?
Well, go on, Jim.
the canopy was the only thing I didn't like about the Titan, because if you like hold F and accidentally, your
Well,
canopy's gonna fly
yeah,
open.
you just need to be careful not to hold that, bro, and accidentally click
Well,
off.
you try to hold F to like start your engine or do something like that, and you click on submit,
Mm.
your canopy just flies open, and you're dead.
Oh, okay.
It happened to me like 5 or 6 times. I'm dead. I don't like that ship.
Oh, the lag is killing me. Well, yeah,
It is?
12 FPS, bro. What are you on about?
Yeah, I know, bro. This area is like crazy. That's why when Jim said he was like down, I'm like, bro, we were all down.
Okay, let's see what missions we have. Let me check. Personal appointment. Ooh, head job.
Why is my head toggle not turning off and on?
is interesting.
Yeah.
Give me a sec. I don't know what to do. Give me a sec. For K1, you see an alert. That person. Oh, yeah, boy. Bro, are we okay?
What
Are
happened?
we doing illegal things or are we keeping it on the good side?
What's the consequences again for illegal? Does it even matter?
Yeah, yeah. So if you get caught, fines you become that you need to pay. If you don't pay, you become wanted. You have a big problem going in at legal establishments. So you have to like find alternative ways to, you know. Like, what do you think? Hey, what do you think? Look through the contract manager. What do you think about that? I'm gonna go use the bathroom. So give me like 2 minutes. You just decide what
Okay.
you wanna do.
Yeah. Ugh. Okay, so why is my head toggling not turning off? Yeah, numpad right there. So why is it? Oh, now it toggles. Wow. Hmm.
I'm here, dude. I'm here.
Yeah, buddy.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, sorry about that.
Uh,
Yeah, my hotkey does the mute and then the head toggle.
shoot.
Give me 1
You
second.
okay?
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
Okay. I'm gonna quickly accept a little questy here
Okay.
while you fix your keybinds. Do you
Yeah,
wanna
yeah,
do
yeah.
in-game chat or?
We could. So mainly what I want to do is
I'm listening.
put Discord on my stream deck, but it doesn't do it just off rip. So, but I found a plugin for it.
No, that's cool.
1 second. 1 moment.
Yeah, hey, don't worry, bro. I just I really love Star Citizen. As laggy as I am, and as much as I want to cry about it, I just love it.
Yeah.
Especially with friends. With friends, it's so cool, dude.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Testing, testing. Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second.
Yeah. Hey, again, take your time. Don't worry. Okay.
Okay, so I got it on my Stream Deck, but it's not working on Discord. I think Discord needs
Just start Discord if you need.
okay. See here. Okay. Hmm. Let's see here.
You, can I speak, or am I disturbing you?
No, you can speak. Go ahead.
Honestly, I really loved the roleplay that we did last time. So if we could continue in that manner, it would be a great series for the stream. I think.
Yeah.
Let me know when you're ready to start playing. Okay?
Oh, well, I will.
Yeah. Again, take your time. Don't worry. Trix, I want to ask you something. Would you be interested in trying to develop a Star Citizen roleplay community?
I don't know. I have to see. First, I have to see if we got people that would
Okay,
I don't
right
want to
now you'd have me. So yeah, myself, you, Jim, Cat, Nemo, who have Star Citizen and play it.
hmm
So you already have 5 people. Because if you want to do that, I'm 100% committed, and I'm 100% in, because I just find it such great opportunity to roleplay in this game.
Give me 1 second. I got to create
Again, take your time.
a local host file really quick for.
Don't worry, don't worry. No, I'm just shooting ideas.
Yeah.
That's it. Do you want me to ask Kat and Nemo if they would be interested in such a thing?
Yeah. I mean, if they want to, like I said, we could try it. Doesn't hurt. See where it goes.
Mm. 'Cause, like, now you would, yeah, you would have me. So yeah, my myself, you, Jim, Cat, Nemo, who have Star Citizen and play it.
Hmm.
'Cause, like, now you would, yeah, you would have me. So yeah, my myself, you, Jim, Cat, Nemo, who have Star Citizen and play it. 'Cause, like, now you would, yeah, you would have me. So yeah, my myself, you, Jim, Cat, Nemo, who have Star Citizen and play it. 'Cause, like, now you would, yeah, you would have me. So yeah, my myself, you, Jim, Cat, Nemo, who have Star Citizen and play it. 'Cause, like, now you would, yeah, you would have me. So yeah, my myself, you, Jim, Cat, Nemo, who have Star Citizen and play it. 'Cause, like, now you would, yeah, you would have me. So yeah, my myself, you, Jim, Cat, Nemo, who have Star Citizen and play it. 'Cause, like, now you would, yeah, you would have me. So yeah, my myself, you, Jim, Cat, Nemo, who have Star Citizen and play it. 'Cause, like, now you would, yeah, you would have me. So yeah, Is Jim still here?
No, I think he left. I mean, he's in here, but I think he left. I think he went to
Yeah,
bed.
I think he went to bed, huh? Let me ask the guys. Let me ask Nemo and Cat. I mean, we don't need a big team and shit. We just need like a small group that we could like have fun with.
Yeah.
Okay, I asked them, and if they are interested, and if you're also like interested, I can set up an organization for us. You can actually have organizations in Star Citizen for roleplay purposes.
Yeah.
I just think it would be a really because I know how much you actually love roleplay tricks, and yeah, I just wanna offer you some interesting things. I don't know if you are like, actually paying attention to what I'm saying, or you're just like because yeah, I know.
I hear ya. You're good.
Okay.
Just trying to make Trixzbot talk. Wait, what the heck? Why is it? Oh, I wonder if it's because Discord's in streamer mode. I didn't even think about that. Give me 1 second.
Again, don't worry. Is everything okay?
Yeah, but for some reason it wants to be weird. I think it's just Discord changing API. I'll mess with this later.
Yeah, that's
Weird.
just,
I don't know why it's not working.
don't worry, dude.
I'll deal with it later. I'm not gonna do it right. All right.
Sure thing, bro. So, do you want to take this in game and act according, or
We could try.
I let's fucking do it. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm? Testing. Testing. Okay. Never mind.
Yeah, no, I can hear you on Discord.
Very good. Okay.
Are you good, or what's going on?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Yeah,
Are we ready to go?
pretty much.
Okay. Yo, Trix. Oh man.
All right. Where you at?
Do you copy, guys?
Yeah.
Trixie. Come on, talk to me. Bloody hell. Can you hear me in game?
Wow, my mic was muted. Hold on. Can you hear me? Testing. Can you hear me now? Testing. 10 1099 or over. Testing, testing.
Can you hear me in game or?
I think it might be bugged out. I'm not sure.
Okay. Go ahead and go to Erdar's party and join that channel. Let's see if that channel works. Okay.
Okay.
Testing, testing. Can you hear me?
Testing, testing. Can you hear me as well?
Testing, testing.
Test, test,
I can't hear if you're
test.
speaking in game.
You can't hear me?
Hello, 1 2 1
Testing, 1 2 3.
Anything or?
No, nothing. It's weird. Hold on, because like even my head toggle was like messed up. Hold on, something.
Okay. Yeah, I love it.
Microphone volume. That's it. It doesn't. Oh. Hold on.
Yeah, no.
Oopsie daisy. I forgot I did all my other things.
God, you silly.
Hold on. Let me mute myself on Discord.
Yeah.
Testing, testing. Testing. Do you copy? Testing. Testing, testing. Testing. Testing, testing. Testing. Testing, testing.
Did you say something?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
I can't hear. I see you. I see your chat bubble popping up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I see your chat bubble popping up, but I can't actually hear you. What the heck?
Okay, give me 1 second. Yeah, I think it's something with the game, because no matter what device I use, it's saying unplugged. Hold on, I might have to restart.
Oh fuck. We could just use Discord if you want.
Yeah, that's fine.
Or restart. What do you wanna do?
I'm trying to figure it out. Like the push to talk's working, but yeah, it's not. It's interesting.
Yeah, I'm seeing on my end. I'm seeing like you're popping on my top left. You're popping that you're actually talking, but you're not talking. Let me try to remake the party. Or does it say that something on your end, like you're not?
Yeah, no, it's even. I'm choosing even
Oh.
just my microphone itself. It's just not doing it. Like nothing's working.
Mm,
Let me set it to something, and I think I need to like probably just go to the main menu.
I will have to leave too, so we can join back. Actually, no, I think we can join back on this one. Let's see if you can. If not, it's okay.
Yeah, all right. I'm gonna set it here, and then we go to the main menu, and then just
Okay.
send me an invite.
You should be able to join on Friends.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What happens when you connect too many things?
I know, right?
Okay, I'm coming back in.
stressing, bro. That's what she
My
said.
bad, bro. Yeah, let me try it again. Hopefully I don't have to restart the whole game, because you know how some games are where if you change something, you got to restart the whole...
Don't worry. Be happy.
Don't worry, no, be happy, yeah. Love this music.
The sound design is so nice. I've been just sitting here, right? And I'm just listening to the sounds. I'm looking at the video. It's just really cool, dude.
I know.
And then everything. I'm on low. Keep that in mind.
Right, nah, bro. Even when I put on low, it still looked pretty good. I don't think it's really low, though. I think it's just eliminating some settings.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. Let me just get out of the bed real quick.
Yeah, you don't need to mute yourself on Discord because I can distinguish if you're talking on both.
Okay. Testing.
Oh, you need to join the party, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Join the party chat.
Wait a second.
Yeah, don't worry.
There's party. We're gonna connect to audio channel.
Okay. Let's see.
Technically, you should hear me now.
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, it is. Yeah, let me mute myself on Discord. Hold on.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you gotta just,
I do apologize.
Okay, you don't. Oh my god, oh, you can break a robot as a robot. Sorry, I'm not geeking. Oh, I'm giving you a call in private.
Testing. All right, give me 1 second, guys.
I'm giving you a call in
Testing.
private, you know?
Testing. Nope. Hold on. Copy that. Do you copy? No. Hold on. Testing.
Testing.
Copy that. Do you copy? Board. Do you copy?
I'm giving a call in private. Do you copy, mate? Do you copy? I think the private call is what?
Board. I do copy.
Where is it?
Hold on, guys.
Yeah, join the party back. I think the private calls are buggy right now.
Testing. Copy that. So you don't hear me right now? Board. Do you copy? Yeah, 99. Do you copy over?
For some reason, I cannot hear you. Give me a sec, okay? Is everything okay on your end?
Testing.
By the way.
Can you hear what I'm saying? Okay. Copy that. Can you hear me? Copy that 1099. Do you copy?
Bro, what do you keep doing? Are you calling me in private or what? What's going on?
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me? Testing.
Testing, testing. Do you copy?
Now I can't hear you. What the heck are you doing?
Testing. Can you hear me now? Testing, testing.
I cannot hear you. I see your chat bubble popping, but I can't actually hear you. And I saw that this happened when you called me in private, so don't do that. Just reconnect to the party chat.
Oh. Yeah, I see it. So it shows Mike's unplugged again. Okay, let me
Oh,
back to the main menu. Yeah, it only does that during this time. Okay.
Also, you know why it's bugging out?
With the private chat.
Oh, really?
I think so. Yeah, we'll just stick to the regular party.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting now. That's interesting. Yeah. Okay.
I can't join.
You want me to recreate the party? To restart the game?
Oh wait. No, I'm coming in.
Okay, bro. Oh, are you? Damn, bro, I didn't allow you to. Wait, what the fuck is wrong with you? Jesus Christ. How heavy roleplay do you want to do this? Light roleplay, full roleplay? How do you want to do this?
It'd probably be light for now until we get the rhythm of it, you know?
Yeah, sure thing, dude. Oh,
I mean, I'm definitely not a space expert.
yeah, same, bro. Same
Bro,
shit.
I mean, the 1099 are talking about shields and character capacity. It's because I'm reading the damn menu, man.
Dude, I'm literally reading what's on my screen. I'm like, yeah, the shield capacitors are fully operational at 100%, both the
Make it sound
upper
good.
shield and the lower shield. I'm like, what the fuck am I saying? Oh.
All right, I'm gonna join real quick, see if you can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay. Technically, you should.
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear. Can you also hear me?
Copy that. Loud and clear. Over.
Time for. Yeah, it's been some time, Trix. Hope you've been well, mate. How's first and treating you?
Airport sure has. What's your location?
Right now, I'm at the metro station, Lordville, you know.
Copy that. Over.
Yeah, I had a chat with Miles Eckert, and he has a job for us. It's a decent pay, around 2.5k. We just need to take down a couple of guys that have robbed him. I don't know if you're up for it, if you're interested in getting some quick cash.
And how's the walkie-talkie? Can you hear me loud and clear?
Oh, my ears so fucking distorted. What the heck are you doing?
Nothing? Everything's okay?
Oh, please, I'm begging you, don't pull this shit with me.
Copy that. But what's your location? I'm trying to find out where you are.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, you're weird. Let me re-invite you to the party so you can actually see me, okay?
Okay, loud and clear.
You might want to join the voice again.
Copy that. Can you hear me now? Sounds good. What's where you at? Where you at hiding right now? Relax, it's okay. So what mission did you say we have?
Bro, you're creepy as fuck. I'm sorry, that's just disturbing on too many levels. Fucking
Well, if I'm gonna play a woman, I really gotta sound like one, right?
Yeah. Wait, so girl, listen up. Girl, listen up. I'm at an association right now, so if you can get here, that would be great. Mas Eckert has a mission for us. We need to take down 3 guys that robbed him. Yeah, the payment is decent. It's 2.5k. But for this mission, I know. What do you think? Are you afraid?
Yeah, 10 for. So, what about are we looking like in terms of like traveling distance?
It's like in the Houston system thing. I'm checking my because right now we are talking about 50,000 kilometers, so it's nothing like out of the it's close enough.
Sounds good. Which ship are you gonna fly today?
I think we should probably take a freelance for this one. It might come in handy for this close combat.
Is it just me, or is I think my visors are lagging a little more than usual. Copy that.
Processing power on the visor.
Need a job? Person Dynamics is currently hiring in multiple departments. If credits are tight, we even offer a credit advance for new qualified employees.
What a beautiful day in the galaxy, huh?
Welcome to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter, spaceport, and industry lines.
Fuck. Trixie girl. It's like, don't get me started.
Do not lock doors.
Oh, I know, it's so crazy.
Filthing this shit, yeah. Wait, I sent information towards you. Did you get it?
No, that's a negative. What's the location on that?
Trespassing or attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious and dangerous
Why would you send me location when I'm right next to you?
No, not location.
Copy that, I got it.
Information for the mission. There you go. Go ahead and do that.
Next stop, Tisa Spaceport.
Okay. I gotta go get my nails done too. It's been a while since I had a pedicure. Testing. Testing.
Let's see, I don't know if my influence we might have to use yours.
Now arriving. Tisa Spaceport.
Copy that. Hopefully everything runs better.
Embarking the train.
Fuck shit, dude.
Think we might be at our stop. I'm right behind you.
Security reserves the right to search travelers at any time.
My visor seems to be running a little better than normal, which is good.
Yeah, but your visor's voice channels are fucked up. You're so like I think we changed a few things that you should have.
Platform edge when train is approaching.
Yeah, just bear with me. Hold on.
Shutting.
You're awkward and weird.
Testing. Okay, back.
Dude, okay, it's not a shit. Just use your bloody normal transmission, see bloody it is.
Yes, that's very nice.
Oh my god. I see you're like a little kid, you have your new toys and you're just showing off.
No, not at all.
Oh my god, so happy.
sounds like you're scared.
Trix. Focus.
Alright, let's go.
Seriously. Alright, so where are we going?
We're going to the hangar. Did you accept the mission?
Alright, that's an affirmative. Neutralize bounties. Looks like we got 3 now, 8, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Let's go take, we're gonna take a freelancer for a spin.
Testing. 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 But that doesn't sound very good.
Not at all. Alright, go ahead and take your freelancer out.
Copy that. I think we'll be okay.
Go. Your freelancer, go. Come on.
Is that the one you want?
God damn it. Stop fucking with me.
Don't worry. I'll get us an expedition.
Someone help me, please.
Hangar 6. 6. 6.
Let's go, Hangar 6, you said.
I'm trying to talk to you, but I got it's like crazy. But we really gotta figure out what we're gonna be doing, everything like that, you know?
I'm seriously, stop, I'm not even joking, stop it.
Can you? My radio signal is very.
Funny. Fuck you, dude, fuck you. Come on, just
Okay. Testing.
Come on, fix the elevator.
Testing. Testing. Yeah, we got hangar 6.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the elevator, you bloody git.
In the elevator, I see you right here in front of me.
Oh shit, we're distinct.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me see which elevator are you at? Hold on, I'm coming. Hold on. Oh, wait. I see you on the elevator, but you're good. Hold on. Let me double check.
Let's just meet at hangar 6, okay?
Hold on, stay right there. Hang on, bro. Like how I just made it in here? No, I see you. Dude, my game is running worse than it was yesterday. What the?
I think it's because of...
I think it's the server, bro. Yeah, it could be, but not really. Like, I'm looking at my CPU and GPU, bro. I'm good.
I said the freelancer, bro. I said the freelancer. This is not a freelancer. What the fuck? I shit me right now.
Oh my god, why would I grab that? Oh man.
Come on.
Well, I thought you might want to go for a walk.
Come on. Whoa, easy there. Keep your hands to the side. Fucking pervert. Shut up, sick bastard. No, go get the freelancer, dude. Come on, we don't have time. What hangar are we talking about?
Checking now.
Trix.
Hangar 6.
Hangar 6, okay, let's go. This is my beauty. Cool hangers open. Take power on.
Hello, how can this help you today? Systems on.
Taking off in 3, 2, 1. Take off.
Sequence complete.
Oh, hold on. It's closed. Weird. Why is it closed? One moment.
Because it's your ship, you need to collect on me. My bad.
Okay, you're good. Or wait, no, never mind. Hold on.
Am I clear?
Yeah, now you're clear. Yep. Did we gear up again?
No, this is gonna be a ship to ship. Give me a assistance check, please. Let's see if
Copy that. Looks like shield's running at full capacity. Currently we're running away from comms and the all systems go with the turret guns are gonna be currently on standby and pressure point seems to be all in orderly fashion.